Alright, we're back. Another day, another stream. That is how it goes.
No intro today. Black people in trouble. All right, we got to talk about this immediately. All right, so there is a new race war that is brewing, and I have dogs in this fight. All right, it's going to be hilarious and awesome. This is definitely not going to be a controversial opinion when I say that the current race war is the best race war we've ever had. Yeah, I'm getting canceled for this one. But before that, I need to show you this incredible take. So this over here is Elias Rodriguez. This is the guy that murdered two Israeli Christians at a Jewish museum, right? That Hassan is going crazy. Hassan, as we all know, largest leftist political streamer on the planet. He is constantly defending and saying how he doesn't actually hate any people. He's not racist. He doesn't hate Jews. He doesn't hate white people. So Elias Rodriguez, this is an old message from him saying, lol, you probably would have to actually genocide white people to make this a normal country. Like, even a very well-targeted and selective rehabilitation program would probably have to lead to the lifetime imprisonment of tens of millions of white people. So, yes, the reason why there is racial issues is because the left has been fucking retarded. All right, so this guy is a far-left nutcase whack job that murdered two innocent, random Israeli staffers because he thought they were Jews in the Jewish museum. They were Jews, also Christians. Insane. So I decided to make this post. I am waiting for Hassan Piker to analyze his manifesto before I decide if he hates white people. Because as we know, Hassan needed to read his entire manifesto to decide if he actually doesn't like Jews. Now, this is kind of a weird take, but I felt like it was important to note because a lot of the prejudice right now in America that's fueling the new race war that we're about to be diving into is, I think, largely because people on the left are vilifying men, they're vilifying white people, and essentially there's a two-tier justice system in America where you're gonna have someone like Carmelo Anthony who stabbed a white kid and got a $500,000 in a fundraiser. So I'm glad that we're locking in today for the race war. As we all know, there are two options when a race war is brewing. You could either cry about the ongoing political situation, cry and squeal and crime, or you could laugh, you could have a good time and talk about the retards, and that's what we do here. Subscribe for more retards. We cover all sorts of retards on this channel. If there's a retard, I will be there. So Think Before You Sleep made a video talking about the current race war, and I'm very excited to make fun of some retards.
I'm a pastor. Of course
All right, we found the first retard. We found the first retard, ladies and gentlemen. Lock in, leave a like now if we've found a retard already. We are less than 1 second into the video. We've already found a retard. All right, we are speed running. We are speed running.
And you sir are blocked.
Right now, Black Lives.
Oh God.
During the track meet.
No, wait, what happened? I hit the 2 button and it skipped.
I'm a pastor. Of course, I believe that all lives matter, but right now, Black lives are the ones under attack.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, how, she just said like 6 retarded statements back to back. Like, I believe all lives matter, but that's a retard statement. That's a retard statement. Black lives are under attack? Well, really? Is this happening? Like, what are we doing? I don't even know, man. It's wild, bro. George Floyd died 5 years ago. Are we still doing this, chat? Are we still doing the George Floyd thing? Yes, it was the cop handled him roughly. His report said he died of fentanyl. We don't need a fucking autopsy situation to realize that, yeah, shit happens. Like, I don't understand why that gives the rights to people to burn down buildings in America.
Right. All lives matter, but the black ones matter.
That was not us.
True.
Asian
That's on the video.
lives, Mexican lives, Indian lives, Middle Eastern lives, or white lives.
We don't really care about those.
Bro, this guy was like,
None
what
of
the
those
fuck?
have a more important struggle than the black one. Is anyone tired of this yet? Isn't
I think we need to. I think we need to be tired of it.
anyone tired of the female pastor with
Dog. Stop!
LGBTQ sash and her
I am tired of it.
openly racist tier of which race matters the most?
It's actual fucking racist tier lists, like in real time, bro. The Slanesh priests. Dude, look at that face. Tell me this isn't a Slanesh priest, bro. Holy shit.
LGBTQ sash and her openly racist tier of which race matters the most? I think people actually are, especially when it comes to BLM, because some of the most outspoken people against Black Lives Matter right now
Are
are
black people.
It's gonna hurt.
actually black people.
Yup. A lot of black people are talking about black fatigue. It's a fact. Insane. Why bother calling yourself a certain religion you're not going to follow? I actually completely agree with that statement. Incredibly hot take. I completely agree with that statement. If you're gonna make yourself like, dude, the Bible is pretty clear about its stances on gay people and stuff. Like, whatever you want to say, like, don't be a priest of that religion if you don't have faith in God or what God said in the holy books of that religion. Like, I don't even know what's going on here. Like, I'm telling you, it's all a grift. Like, all these people are fucking grifters and snakes. And yes, obviously, black people are talking out about, you know, the situation in America in regards to black people. Like, obviously, everyone's talking about that stuff. Like, because realistically, more black people get killed by black people than get killed by white people. That isn't a statistic you see anywhere in the government, but that's just kind of a fact in America.
It was literally
Whoa! I'm glad that people are calling it that.
a scam. They had bought mansions and
Now, BLM didn't start with this, but they are probably the most famous right now for defending George Floyd.
So, dude, every freaking time, bro. It's crazy. Like, the way I see it, and this is a hot take, I think most movements start with good intentions, and they all fall off the fucking cliff the moment they get any power, all right? See, I think the feminist movement, I think it started because men were beating up women in domestic abuse cases, and that's obviously horrible, and feminism started to protect women for things like that, and now feminism involves cutting children's dicks off, right? So, you know, like, hey, everything evolves, and I think, you know, the original argument against racism in America, I think that's incredibly based. I don't like racism. Racism is cringe. However, it became a giant scam. They were buying mansions. Like, come on, dude, stop with this. It's every single one of these social movements. And
It
that's
started
the
as a
problem
giant
with digging
scam.
into your virtues for a second. Like, that you should never
The leaders
let
of the
people
organization
inch
are doing
further
anything to get the
than it
money for
belongs.
themselves.
Because if you
That
give them
started
an
as a
inch,
scam.
they want a mile.
And causing massive riots over a guy who was about to drive while intoxicated on fentanyl. If you actually
Yeah,
watch
he was a bad guy. That's the craziest part of this. They made George Floyd a saint, and he was not a good guy. Pick better idols.
the arrest video, which it seems like nobody who supports BLM did, he is very obviously on drugs and could have easily fallen asleep at the wheel and plowed his car into multiple people. Most importantly, none of the drama would have even happened if he wasn't very actively resisting arrest in the face of cops who were trying to accommodate him.
Could you please back it for me, please?
Yes, I'm
Come
backing.
in for
I
me,
will.
man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you.
Listen,
Dang, man.
listen.
I think you're the guy.
I'll roll the windows down and keep your legs in, all right?
So because of the relentless false
Bro.
narratives, open and belligerent racism against white people, and the physical damage from riots that's been done to many different communities, more and more people are starting to reject all of the race baiting that
Yup.
traditionally has worked very well.
Yup.
And
And I've been saying this the whole time. It's exactly what I showed you in my previous video about the Canadian schools.
So how can it otherwise
again,
be?
And I feel like I have to mention it again.
They've
I
made
have
the term
Canadian
meaningless.
Schools genocide. All right, I'll say it again because I think it's important for you to all know. This was a hoax that went on about this is actually retarded. Canada conceals genocide. All right, talking about how you know, genocide is happening in unmarked graves, right? Unmarked graves. That's the shit that's happening. Like, look how insane this is. Fighting residential school denialism in Canada. An alarming trend of school denialism is gaining ground, right? Talking about how there was a genocide in Canada, about how Canadians genocided random people in schools if they were Indigenous people and put their bodies.
Bro, smoke is
on
so
marked
powerful in
graves.
this game.
Internal tribunals
This guy just has to sit
investigate
here.
missing children, unmarked
Trying to get
graves
closer.
associated with residential schools. None of this is real. All right, none of this is real. Okay, this didn't happen. They didn't find a single body in any of these graves. All right, look at this. There's no evidence of mass graves or genocide in schools. Like, what are we even fucking talking about? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Canada must provide reparations to families with children missing. This didn't happen. There were no children missing. This is crazy. Canada finds more unmarked graves. Dude, stop. Stop. Canada's unmarked graves. Our residential schools
That
carry
could have
out
been
cultural
great, but I
genocide
think you
against
went
indigenous
front and
children.
over.
This didn't happen. This didn't happen. Let me open that up. Make sure I don't get any crazy pop-ups before I actually look. Look how insane this is, all right? So remember, this is the headline. Canada's unmarked graves. How residential schools carried out cultural genocide against Indigenous children, all right? Now you read the actual article. You read the actual article, and they don't find any evidence. I'm trying to find it. Oh, this is just a conversation. It's just an actual, oh God, it's long. They don't actually talk about at any point where they're dead. They didn't find a single body in the unmarked graves. The whole thing's just a conversation. It's a scam. It's a scam. It's
I
all
wanna see
made
here.
up. It's literally all made up. They made up this genocide.
Next.
They invented a genocide to push guilt on Canadians. That is what they did, and that is why they did it. These people are fucking evil, retarded assholes. They are, all of them. Everyone pushing these hoaxes and bullshit to victimize people is evil on every side of the spectrum. It is evil from the perspective of pushing this shit on the populace. It's also evil from the perspective of pushing this shit on the victims. Because if you're living a life where you think you're a perpetual victim, then you're never gonna wake up and actually realize, holy shit, I'm not a victim. I could do shit in my life. Like, this is insane. It's insane.
Proof of this comes in the form of an event that BLM and other forces are trying to turn into a race war, which brings us to a track meet in Frisco, Texas on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. A 17-year-old high school student named Carmelo Anthony stabbed and killed another 17-year-old named Austin Metcalf.
Tragic.
After this happened, a Give Send Go fundraiser was made to help with Carmelo's legal defense, and it raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, with supporters of Carmelo and BLM activists not only saying a bunch of racist shit and approving of the murder.
Honestly, even if Carmelo stabbed Austin for no reason at all, I'd still donate and support. Whites have gotten away with killing us for hundreds of years. I could care less about white lives. 31 likes. I think this is important to note because on Piers Morgan, they stated that no one actually gave money to Carmelo Anthony because they don't care about white people. They gave money to Carmelo Anthony.
That's
the
because
only
they were
reason I give money
lying
to Carmelo
on Piers
Anthony is
Morgan.
to
We saw that
legally
too.
defend him because it's self-defense.
That was one of the ones we saw yesterday.
They just hate white people. And
That
the
Marcus
reason why these
whatever
people
guy?
hate white people is because of the media. It literally is. It literally is.
But also saying that Carmelo is innocent of wrongdoing because the stabbing was self-defense. Now, I agree that everyone deserves their day in court, and Carmelo
It wasn't. They just ruled that it was first-degree murder, by the way.
Yeah.
deserves due process. However, after reading the police report, the likelihood that this will
they
qualify
didn't
as
rule,
self-defense
they
in
book-
court
charged
is
him
almost
with
zero.
first-degree murder.
I'll be adding some extra context to the report, but here it is.
Dude's gonna
There
wait
was
for a
light
long, long
drizzle
time.
outside during the track meet, and the officer
All because he wanted to act like a tough guy.
reported that Carmelo was under a tent that was designated for a different school. Because of that, Austin Metcalf, the victim, and his brother Hunter Metcalf asked Carmelo to leave. Carmelo refused to leave and responded by saying, "Touch me and see what happens." After continuing to refuse to leave, at some point Carmelo is pushed by the victim, Austin,
First-degree
and then he
murder.
follows up by saying, "Punch me and see what happens." Last, Carmelo stabs Austin Metcalf, runs away, and ditches the murder weapon. Now, there are a couple of different versions of the story with slight alterations, so I'll let
Crazy.
Austin's brother, Hunter, who was standing right next to him, say what happened.
Your mom told me that you were there.
And the worst thing is, that's the story in the police report, but people are still making believe it was self-defense, even when in reality, I think no one thinks it's self-defense. Touch me, see what happens is not self-defense. No one fucking thinks this is self-defense. Can we wake up? The only people defending Carmelo Anthony are people that feel like, hell yeah.
But self-defense needs to be proportional as well. Like, you can't go like, oh, this guy's trying to remove me, I'm gonna stab this dude in the heart. That's not how self-defense works. That's how murder works. And that's how you're gonna go to jail for 20 plus years. And good riddance.
He killed a white kid because of generational oppression.
Regardless of your race.
If you don't mind, what happened?
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. he started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. I look at my brother, and then I'm not gonna talk about the rest. No, just that's just what I saw.
So to argue for self-defense in Texas, your life has to be in immediate danger.
It wasn't.
Now, the BLM types will point out that the two Metcalf brothers were quite a bit larger than Carmelo, and that's why his life was in danger.
His life wasn't in danger. Stop being a retard. Like, it's 2v1. That's self-defense.
No, see, they're not being retards. They're the actual racists, and they're trying to spin this in any way they can because one of these people is black and the other one is white. That's literally the reason. 100%. There's a lot of racists still around, and most of them are supposedly anti-racist activists because those people see everything through a veil of racial like identity and racial politics.
Nothing fucking happened. Nothing happened. And then you look at the comments. That night saved him, in my opinion. Like, come on! You're literally ignoring reality. You are ignoring reality to protect someone. Because let's be real, he's a black guy that murdered a white guy. That's why it happened. Alright? So, the race war that's starting and all the racism and oppression that's happening, this is inciting that shit. It is!
However, this happened in broad daylight and a ton of people were around, and the Metcalf brothers showed no intent of using heavy or lethal force.
There was never a punch even thrown. So I don't care.
This is Austin's
Where's my-
dad, the guy that was murdered, his father. So I feel like this is.
Did you
such
see that?
important context
I was
because
not
think
doing
just got
that.
so many
My
people
thing went to
just
the middle
frustrated with
automatically.
everything. Like this so-called black fatigue that people are
Stop
saying,
doing it now.
where
That
the
was so
people are
weird.
tired of a society where this is accepted by millions of people in society. Millions of people are accepting of this. Obviously, it's not all black people. I think it's a minority of black people, which is still a lot of people, obviously.
There was never a phone broken. We've never had contact with this individual ever.
Not only that, but let's bring up that statute again. In the law, it says that if you provoke the person who you used lethal force against, which Carmelo reportedly did, then you can't claim it's self-defense. So in my amateur internet lawyer opinion, Carmelo is screwed. You don't get to stab someone because they picked up your bag and pushed you after you...
Well, yeah, true. Case closed. And he was actually, I think they just got him actually on murder.
Of course, he could still get a
ask them to put hands on you.
salvo.
I mean, if someone got stabbed every time a kid was pushed when I was in school,
I'm dead.
then at least half the student population wouldn't have lived to see graduation.
Doesn't make
How
any
did they only do
sense.
3,000 damage?
That's my-
I
just
have 6
because
torpedo hits
kid
for crying
was
out
mad,
loud.
My son isn't here anymore. And I don't.
This 3-kilometer
understand it.
nonsense
Right,
has to
that's
go,
what it
dude.
sounds like.
It's
He was looking
so
for a
unfair.
Fight or looking to steal people's unprotected items like this commenter said. He ended up causing that fight and
Wow.
then used lethal force because he was mad. And now not only is this 17-year-old kid permanently scarred from having to watch his twin brother die while frantically trying to keep him alive, but Carmelo also emotionally scarred everyone close to Austin Metcalf.
Well, no shit.
I'm just
Obviously. Now, I want to give you some extra context. I don't know if he says it because this is pretty new. 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony has been charged with first-degree murder as an adult under Texas state law. I think that's based. I really do. Obviously, people were freaking the fuck out about this. Like, people were really, really mad about all this shit. In fact, if you look at this Minister Dominique Alexander, don't worry, guys. Carmelo Anthony is safe at home. This moment is a reminder that a community united can never be divided. You're defending a murderer. The journey ahead is long and hard, but today we celebrate a victory for justice, family, and the power of people coming together to protect our youth. Well, you didn't protect all the youth. Thank you for everyone who stood by us. The fight continues tonight, Carmelo.
Okay, we have to look this guy up.
We are called by the Emperor for a sacred duty, and we shall not fail him.
Minister of Justice. Just a retard. For a second there, I thought the guy was maybe Christian, and then I was gonna have a real field day with this imbecile, but he's just a retard.
I was home. 11,000 likes. Are these people retarded? This guy's a fucking murderer. Like, what are you doing? Like, how do you not realize that this is hurting your cause so much more than anything else? And this is making white people upset about a two-tier justice system in America. Oh my God. So, Carmelo Anthony started a Gift and Go fundraiser and made $500,000 on it. And I saw this tweet and I thought it's an important one. Some people are upset Carmelo Anthony may receive a life sentence in prison. They seem to forget that Austin Metcalf was already given a death sentence. This is not someone that I think should ever be in public. He should not be allowed in public. He's clearly a danger to society. He should not be allowed in public.
My other son is just crushed, and I feel for him now, and he'll never be the same. None of us will. Grief, we all go through it, but the thing about grief is...
Yeah, it was flying so high I didn't even realize.
To live with it.
Should have paid
Yeah,
more
I don't
attention to
think
the
you
movie.
ever really get over your son dying or your brother dying or your best friend dying. I've known plenty of people who've had those they were close to die, and they still aren't over it like a decade later or more. So understand why a lot of people are outraged that Carmelo's school still wants to allow him to graduate.
Of course the school is fighting on behalf of him. Of course. This is why America's divided. It's because of the media and the institutions and the retards that treat people differently based on the color of their skin. They give him a pass because he's black. This is retarded, bro.
Despite the fact that even if he did get off with the self-defense charge, which he almost certainly won't, he still brought a weapon to school and started a fight, which is easy grounds for expulsion. Why should he get to graduate after breaking school rules when Austin Metcalf will never get to graduate? And so because Carmelo is almost certainly guilty of murder, unless there's some info that we're unaware of, the racial grift must begin to try to beat the charges. And the grift is quite ridiculous. I mean, Carmelo and his legal team are some of the dumbest
Yo, that's the retard I was just talking about.
on the planet. You can read the full police report where it says that an officer called Carmelo the alleged suspect, followed by Carmelo spontaneously saying, "I'm not alleged, I did it."
This is your hero? George Floyd was long enough ago? You have to pick this guy to become your new hero? Like, what is going on? I don't understand why race is relevant at all in, like, any of these cases. Bro, standing up for a murderer is not exactly making white people be less racist.
Literally confessed to a murder right in front of the police. Even worse for Carmelo's defense, his family picked some black activist lawyer named Dominic Alexander, who I swear is just like that race-grifting character from that episode of the Boondocks, where they tried to bully the school for $500,000 because a teacher said the N-word.
Bro! Dude, the Boondocks was so ahead of its time, it's crazy.
The Woodcrest School District.
Bravo, good love. What's that stupid hustler doing here?
You have assaulted this fine family's dignity. You have assassinated their pride, and you hurt
By saying a word, by the way.
their feelings. Now, somebody gonna pay.
Guilty! That neighbor is guilty. I
gotta watch that show, dude. I've actually never seen that. Just the
Just wants to use us to give press
clips
for a
of it.
stupid sitcom
Looks
on
fucking
BET.
The
hilarious.
scary thing is that this episode of the Boondocks is almost 20 years old, and it still applies like it was written yesterday. But Carmelo's lawyer and his activist group hold this press conference to, I guess, give everyone a more positive outlook on the defendant. Let's take a look.
Y'all, I'm Minister Dominic Alexander. I serve as the president of the Next Generation Action Network. Today I come before you with a heavy heart, but determined in spirit. Not just as an advocate, but as a black man. Black people in America don't have to pull the race card.
Oh my god, this is the race card! You are playing the race card! Stop it! Stop! This is so disgusting. It's so gross and vile. You are literally...
It really disheartens my
all
heart
this shit.
to know. You know what I mean? Really disheartens me to know that filth like this like actually exists. These people are real and they're not fantasy. They're not just stories. These people actually exist. We're still savages, bro. Humanity hasn't learned a goddamn thing.
By the way, that's one of the reasons, like, when, what's her name? Shiloh Hendricks called a kid the N-word, right? When that happened, I was like, fuck yeah, they're supporting her. Obviously, I don't think you should call a kid the N-word, but I absolutely support the end of this fucking grifting cancel culture. It's disgusting. It's horrible.
I ain't pulling
I'm not playing the race card, but as a black man... All right, dude, you failed.
no race card. I live it. I'm reminded all the time that I'm a black man in America.
Oh my god.
Bro, these people are so fucking pathetic, dude. The self-victim mentality, man. It's got to go.
I mean, if you don't want to be reminded of your race, then maybe you shouldn't open up your speech with, as a black man, as you use this press conference to promote your race-based activist group.
This is not just about Carmelo.
What?
It's about the family who dared to stand and demand justice in a return and receive ugliness that racism in this country still breeds. As the president of the Next Generation Action
Racism
Network,
that you
we will
perpetuate.
never ask the oppressor for permission to liberate our people.
No,
He murdered
they
somebody.
haven't.
First degree
The
murder.
race wars ended
And
a
also,
long time
I know
ago,
this is
leave
going to
it
be a hot
alone.
take. A lot of people aren't.
They really
gonna
haven't.
have to say. Right now,
They're
in
on
America,
balls.
there are
We had
no
like a good
oppressors.
20, 30
Stop!
years.
It's a fucking shadow government
But
or
they're
whatever the
back
fuck.
because
There's
now-
no racial oppression in America right now. There isn't.
Well, people make a
Stop.
lot of money
Get some
off
help,
of race
okay?
grifting.
Enough of
Like a
this.
lot of
Oh my
money. There's a
God,
lot of
this
money in that.
neo-Marxist
Just look at the
bullshit
BLM
attitude,
leaders.
where
There
every
is an insane, inordinate amount of money to be made by drumming up racial hate. And so people are going to do it. Because, like I said, the world is still populated with savages. We just replaced clubs with financial incentives.
situation is always defined by a victim and an oppressor and an
Oh,
oppressed.
instantly the
Like,
German
stop.
speaks up. I see how it
End with this
goes.
garbage. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't help the so-called oppressed people, and it will not make the oppressors like you better.
We are not scared. We are not moving.
What's
he
up, Marvin?
murdered someone.
Wait, did I just hear a smoke detector beep?
We are not moving.
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy stuff.
There's no way!
Anyway, I love how the family of the killers
Oh,
immediate
that's so
legal
funny.
strategy is to poison the culture into a race war in the hopes of getting
There's these
special
things called
treatment from the legal
batteries.
system.
Never hear the
Bruce Jenner
beep.
said
You
not
gotta
only
change
harm
out the
Metcalfs
battery.
with this event, but also the entirety of America.
Please.
You guys are
For
real
the love
assholes.
of all that is
This
holy.
is despite the fact that Austin's father, Jeff Metcalf, who was actually a victim, who was actually wronged, and has been swatted multiple times over this event.
Imagine swatting the dad of a kid that was murdered. Bro, this is awful. This is insanely disgusting. I hate it. And this is why people have quote-unquote black fatigue. Because this shit's happening. Like, dude.
Went on the news earlier before this press conference saying that he didn't
YOLO.
want to escalate this by making it about race.
This is not a race issue. This is not a black and white issue. I don't want someone stepping up on the soapbox trying to politicize this. I've already forgiven the person who stabbed him. God's going to take care of everything. And if we all don't come together, black, white, yellow, brown, I don't care. It's all about human beings.
Wow, I don't know how many visits to
Holy
a church
shit.
it takes to get that kind of peaceful mentality, but if it was my kid, I wouldn't have been so nice.
Right.
Actually, Jeff Metcalf happened to show up to the Carmelo press conference to, I guess, break bread and pray with them in the hopes of making peace and showing unity.
Holy fuck. Bro. And they're swatting this guy? It's so tragic. It is such a tragedy.
Like the dad is like the most wholesome fucking
But of course,
person in the whole
Carmelo's
goddamn
legal
story.
strategy is to increase division, so they didn't want Jeff Metcalf there, and Carmelo
Definitely not how I would
handles
direct.
his presence at the conference in the worst possible way.
What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press
Well, the guy that said that was the father of the victim of the vicious murderer, Carmelo Anthony.
conference, is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
Bro, I never saw that clip. This person needs to be humiliated and ostracized for society. He does. I think that this is why we need to call retards again. Absolutely. This is why we're bringing back the retard word. Nah, dude. I'm sorry, bro. Fuck him. This isn't like a can't.
No, he's just like very Christian. Turn the other cheek and all of that stuff. It's probably the only way he can cope. Let's be honest. His son was stabbed by some violent thug for no fucking reason whatsoever. I'd cope in a very different way, but I'd be in jail afterward.
Cancel culture thing. This
You ever
is a
see
fuck,
Man
this
on
guy is a
Fire?
retard,
Not
and
Man on
everyone needs
Fire.
to know
Sorry.
that. It needs to be
What
publicized
is it?
that this guy's a retard. for
Public
sure.
Enemy
This
#1
is
or
insane.
something?
Well, I'm like shocked. I don't even understand. I don't know.
Where
how
the
it's
guy
supposed to be
goes
so
like
that.
full
Is this guy
fucking
supposed to be the good guy?
But-
Is this guy
but the
fighting
black
for
can be
justice?
race to
The
us.
answer is
Scorched
no.
earth.
This is a grossly racist person that fucking hates white people. This operation let them speak. This is insane. Well, this dude is putting black people back. That's what he's doing. Even this guy's like, what the?
Next Generation Action Network,
Right. Don't forget to plug the name of your organization 20 more times while the cameras are rolling.
from the beginning, has respected the loss of life.
I hate
And all
playing
I'm
so
going
much.
to say, so it don't be asked later,
This is crazy.
is that was disrespectful. He is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
What is happening? Holy shit.
Keep in mind, I just wanna let's go back a little bit, right? I'll boost the volume as well.
What?
People to say beginning has respected the loss of life. And all I'm going to say, so it don't be asked later,
This is crazy.
is that was disrespectful. He was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
What is happening? Holy shit! What? I'm actually baffled. See, dude, let me give you an analogy. If I didn't know anything about black people, and this was the only clip of black people I saw, would this put them in a good light or not? Like, let's be real. Like, let's do this. Let's do this shit. The role reversal. All right. Let's say there's a white guy who's being tried for murder. All right. And he's like, and then the victim comes in to make peace, and he's like, then he just starts calling him the N-word. All right. That's basically what this is. This is crazy. It's okay. Reverse Nazis are okay though, because they're only Nazis against white people. So.
But he did it.
We were asking.
I need to get Hassan Piker to analyze this guy's manifesto to find out if he's racist.
Him repeatedly to leave. And literally, he wouldn't even talk. He wouldn't even say anything. He felt like he could just stand. It was very upsetting to me.
Now,
yeah, I don't give a fuck about if it's upsetting to you. Someone in my chat told me this guy was arrested for being a child predator. Is that true? What's his name? Dominique? Dominique Alexander is not his lawyer, but he's his representation. Okay, I have no idea what that means. Dominique Alexander. All right, let's do the research. That's crazy. Is Dominique Alexander a con? All right, let's start with that. No, not a con artist. All right, a pedophile, a predator. It's sensitive and requires careful consideration of evidence. He does have a criminal history of child injury. 2011, child injury. He pled guilty for causing serious bodily injury.
The
to a 3-year-old
KKK
child,
give up on
his
this
then
shit.
girlfriend's son. He confessed to shaking and hitting the child with an object, resulting in head injuries. He was sentenced to 10 years. In 2019, domestic violence allegations. Indicted for felony assault and domestic violence case involving his girlfriend. Accused him of pushing, choking, and headbutting her. 2021, felony for theft. He pled guilty for theft. And lots of accusations. All right, that makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. He's one of the 13% of people that are committing 50% of the crimes, it seems. This is
I'm
insanity.
out of air.
what I
I'm
find
gonna come
curious
up in
about
front
this
of these
here
guys.
is
It's
how
gonna
the
be
victim's
bad.
father was asked to leave the area, and he was able to do that without killing anyone.
Because they're not gonna like me after 46,000 damage.
Oh no! Wow! So real.
The irony here is just great. But anyway, this press conference is full of Carmelo's family
A long time ago after the
trying
Ower
to increase
died.
racial tension and telling a number of lies. Here's a lie that I found to be the most ridiculous while they were talking about Carmelo's right to a trial.
He should be afforded the same rights that Kyle Rittenhouse had.
Bro, stop! I'm telling you, this is why there's this so-called black fatigue. The blacktivists are not helping anybody. The blacktivists are making it worse.
torpedo
Oh
boats.
crap, bro! The blacktivists are finding out for real, for real. First of all, no one's arguing against a trial. He's guilty on first-degree murder. Give him a trial, absolutely. But second of all, Kyle Rittenhouse acted in self-defense. He killed someone that was trying to kill him. Like, what is happening?
Nobody in the public media has one video camera, but we got.
Is this guy dabbing his wife's fake tears? Look at this
Kyle
shit.
Rittenhouse had. Nobody
Here, let me.
in the
He
public
does it
media
Allow me
terribly.
to dab your fake
one
tears.
video.
Let me do this, yes, and your mouth, right.
We got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse
This is like actual Netflix live adaptation of Boondocks.
with an AK-47 shooting 3
Yep, that's Carmelo Anthony.
people in the back. We got that, and he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody says anything.
But first of all, nobody said anything. Are you retarded? The entire left.
He didn't shoot anyone in the back. What? Like, this guy lied about every single facet of the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Every single part of it. It's crazy what these race hustlers can get away with, bro.
To dab your fake
One
tears.
video
Let me
for-
do this, yes, and your mouth, right.
We got the video of Kyle Rittenhouse.
This is like actual Netflix live
Okay,
adaptation
ignore Nux's, We got the videos of Kyle Rittenhouse.
of Boondocks.
With an AK-47
With an AK-47. It wasn't an AK-47, first of all.
shooting 3
Yep, that's Carmelo Anthony.
people in the back.
Didn't shoot 3 people in the back, shot them all in the front, and they were all attacking him. Like, this guy lied about every single facet of the Kyle Rittenhouse case. Holy shit. I honestly think that if you are as bad a person as this guy is, and you lie about something that is so publicly known to be a lie, you should go to jail.
We got that. And he raised more than $2 million publicly, and nobody said anything.
But first of all, nobody said anything? Are you retarded? The entire leftist media went crazy because they were trying to turn that into a gigantic fucking political issue, because that is what the media does now. They incite violence and light fires. That is what they do. All right? That's first. Second, and I think this is even more important.
My dude's hiding.
That was self-defense.
I mean, I agree that Carmelo deserves his day in court and deserves to argue in his defense, but that statement about Kyle Rittenhouse was so factually inaccurate.
He's not only not innocent, he immediately said, it's not alleged, I did it, to the police officer that arrested him. Alright? That dude going to jail for a long time, alright? And he should. It's a violent criminal thug that murdered someone on a whim. Throw him in jail, lock away the key. We used to shoot wild dogs, but we've gotten a little bit more humane than that. We just stick you in prison now.
Accurate. That they should have fired that
LeBron James.
That lawyer right on the spot for saying it. Not only did he say the wrong gun, but Kyle shot 3 people in the back.
He shot them when they were, I think it was 2 people, and it was when they were chasing him.
No, it was 3 people. It was Joseph Rosenbaum, who was literally chasing him down and got so close that the powder residue of the muzzle flash is on his fucking hand because he was grabbing for the gun. After, I might say, Kyle definitely started retreating, was retreating, got boxed in, and then turned around and shot a convicted pedophile, I might add, 3 times. And, you know, one less piece of trash in the world, in a tragic manner, sure, but, you know, nothing of value was lost. Then he extricates himself out of the situation, tries to go directly to the police. A mob is frenzied up behind him. They chase him down. He gets a skateboard thrown at him. He gets jump kicked. Almost shoots that guy. That jump kick man was really fucking lucky, because I feel like he should have been shot too. Should have been 4 people that day. Hubert, the skateboard guy, comes back, tries to stab the skateboard at his fucking neck, takes one round to the heart, dies like about 5 seconds later. You can see him like stumble and then gone. Another violent criminal offender, I might add. Weird how all of this is turning out, right? Weird how all that turned out. And then you have Bicep Boy, whose name I forgot. No, I can't remember. Some soy retard that literally tanked the prosecution's case because he's such a moron. Literally had a handgun out. First off, puts his hands up and starts backing up like fake surrender. Because he's watched movies, I guess. Kyle then does not fire on him. And then the moment this piece of trash, loser bitch, fake surrendering whore swings around his gun, points his gun directly at Kyle. Kyle takes a shot, blows up his bicep. Is the most glorious video. You can see his bicep just go, poof. And then he's like, oh my god, I'm a limp bitch now. And runs off. And Kyle did everything perfectly. Never overshot, took down the threats that were coming for him. How many people in that situation just mag dump into the crowd? This kid did everything right, and all of it was on video. And still you have race grifting pieces of subhuman filth trying to drum up racial hatred over it, while by giving you all of the wrong things. I'm like so fucking sick and tired of how the Kyle Rittenhouse case is always portrayed. I went through that case. I streamed that case from beginning to end. The entire fucking altercation, from well before to well after, is on video. And these people still have the audacity. They still have the gall. They still have the balls. The These decrepit, moralless freaks still lie about it to this day for the sole specific reason to drum up racial hatred. How is this scum still in our society? How do we not stick these people in jail? These people are actively trying to start violence in our society by lying about these things. And we just let them get away with it. Jail time. Do not pass start. Immediately. 5 years, mandatory minimum. You wanna start a fucking race war? Off of lies? Get the fuck out of our society. There's free speech and then there's that. Okay? I am not a free speech absolutist, okay? I definitely am not. That should land you in jail, dude. Like, it is so reprehensible on so many levels. And they're doing it to enrich themselves.
There is literally evidence of the first guy threatening to kill Kyle with a weapon.
Bro, stop. Yeah, these are not remotely the same.
Before he was shot. You also have video of Kyle being chased and violently assaulted by a mob. And you have Gage Grosskreutz testifying in court that he had a...
That really pisses me off, dude. I cannot stress to you how much people like that piss me off. Because they are what is wrong with our world. They are why we can't have nice things. People like that is why wars are actually started. Like, they are the cockroaches of humanity. And I don't mean Asmongold. Oh no. Oh, I almost had it. They've gone out.
A loaded firearm aimed at Kyle before he was shot.
Mr. Grosskreutz, I'm gonna show you what has been marked as exhibit.
Oh
16.
yes, I love that. I love that. This is where the prosecution's case gets Grosskreutz. That's what it was. This is where the prosecution case got torpedoed because this guy's a complete fucking retard. And like, hang on, just wait for it. This is fantastic. All right, just listen.
57. That's a photo of you. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's Mr. Rittenhouse?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you agree your firearm
I want to point out that photo is the exact moment his bicep gets blown into a smithereens.
is pointed at Mr. Rittenhouse, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't this guy also a pedophile? I don't know, this
Bicep
was a while
boy.
ago.
When you were standing 3 to 5
No, he wasn't a pedophile. The first one was a pedophile. This guy was just a domestic abuser.
from him,
Funny how that works out. Funny how all the people that attacked somebody all turned out to be violent criminals. Weird. Weird. Weird.
with your arms up in the air, he never fired, right?
Correct.
It wasn't until you pointed your gun at him, advanced on him, with your gun, now your hands down, pointed at him, that he fired, right?
Correct.
After I...
And you could see the prosecution right after that was like, oh fuck. Like, literally. It was glorious, dude. I loved watching that trial. That trial was great.
Right, it's over. Case closed. What are we even doing here? What are we even doing here? I feel like that's it. There's no similarity whatsoever.
Carmelo's lawyer said that stuff about Kyle, I just started laughing. You can't get something that factually wrong and call yourself a lawyer. You'll get destroyed.
Because you don't understand. Okay, dude, think before you sleep. I think he's a good guy. All right, I don't know. I'm not judging him personally on any personal basis, of course. When you watch enough of these media pundits and fucking social media outrage mob stirrers, you start learning something. You start recognizing that it was never about the truth. It was never about reality, all right? It was never about what actually happened, all right? That's not the point.
It's about
all right?
grifting for
When you
money
get
off of
people
racial
like
hatred.
Hamas Piker on Twitch talking about wildly misrepresenting facts that happened geopolitically so that he can push his narrative. This is exactly what I am talking about. It is not about the truth. It is about the message. This was Hassan, by the way, today or yesterday, depending on when you're watching this. Israel starts American-backed aid trap in Gaza. Do you know what the aid trap is? Do you know what the aid trap that he's discussing is? The aid trap is giving aid to people. That is the aid trap. Literally the thing that he was begging for everyone to do. Giving aid, all right? So this is an image, thousands of people in Gaza over here lining up to get food, all right? Lining up to get aid. And Hassan is like, oh my God, it's literally the Holocaust. He was on stream for 3 hours yesterday crying that people in Gaza were getting aid. It was aid like help. Not.
He just has his shit set up badly. Because I scream too, but I have a noise compressor. So when I scream a little loud, the compressor is like, no.
AIDS, but aid like help and food.
He just has his
was
compressor
sitting
set
there
up terribly.
on stream yesterday for 3 hours. I'm not even exaggerating. It was 3 hours.
His voice is kind of high pitched as well, so.
All right, I went through it to try to see if I should even cover it. I decided not to cover it.
So
it's
is mine, though.
painful.
I don't
Like
know.
where he spends 3 hours crying about the fact that civilians in Gaza are getting food and twisting it into a bad thing because Hamas, the terrorists, don't want Gazans to have food because they want them to die. Because, well, you know, if they die, obviously they can throw it at Israel because the terrorists are actually bad people. But Hassan is so mad that people are getting food. All right, are we on the same page? That is the level of retarded you're dealing with. So I think you're missing the point a little bit. The point isn't that he got many things wrong about the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The point is, he is blatantly, purposefully misrepresenting facts for propaganda purposes to incite the race war that he so badly wants. It's about the narrative and it's about pushing that. It's not about the truth. It's never been about the truth. The media lies about genocides in Canada, and the media lies about everything that they can. No one cares. That's my speech.
Right in a courtroom. But good news for everyone who wants justice for Austin Metcalf, though I guess all this makes sense when you consider that this lawyer has been arrested multiple times, one of them being for violently abusing and hospitalizing
Yeah, I just showed that.
2-year-old. So Carmelo's family
2-year-old.
literally picked the worst
Jesus
possible
Christ.
man to argue in his defense.
My name is Kayla Hayes. I am the mother of
Scum,
Carmelo Anthony.
defending
He's
scum.
been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do.
Yeah,
Well, you failed miserably at it.
he's a murderer. What do we care? He's a murderer. He's a fucking filthy murderer. Put him in jail and he should never leave. He's dangerous to be around other people. He's proven that.
If he's really from a 2-parent home with stability, why do you have different last names?
Stability.
Something's being left out.
No, wait,
out
what?
here. Also, why do you look like you're under 30 with a 17-year-old? How old were you when you had him? Lots of questions here. Anyway, again, more and more people are getting really tired of everything being called racist, especially...
That's it. We are reaching the great era of fuck you. I don't care what label you put on me. And it's a good era. And it's being caused by these assholes. All right? Oh my God. And that is literally why this is happening. I think it's important to note. That is why this shit is going on. That's why people are really comfortable starting to say the N-word or be racist or say things about black people or just start noticing that 13% of people are committing 50% of the crimes. 13% of the wizards are committing 50% of the black magic. People
Bro,
are
I
starting
can't
to
believe
actually-
that is still a thing, right? That people like... I made a video on that like 15 fucking years ago, dude. Hallo, het fijn, Okay, hello.
Look into this kind of shit. People are more comfortable.
Oh yeah, so I made a video in 2016. That's 9 years ago about the crime statistics. How is it still controversial? It's been the same shit for way longer than 9 years too, as well, I might add.
Saying these things and not afraid of the social pressures. And I personally think, while it's done crudely often, in general, broadly speaking, it's a good thing. It is a good thing that people are no longer being held accountable, not only for the crimes of your ancestors, but no longer held accountable to this bullshit propaganda vice chokehold that's been on people. He puts God first in everything he does, violates the 10 Commandments. So true.
When that's being used to cover up a crime. And because of that, a situation that happened on the week of April 28th, 2025, involving a white woman named Shiloh Hendricks.
Yeah, I knew he was gonna get there.
Because she was recorded in a park saying some offensive words. Now understand that in order to make this next video YouTube friendly, I have to censor some stuff, so know that anytime that the audio is cut, it's because the N-word is being said.
Did you call him a child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
I love how the guy's big issue was that the N-word was said in front of children, as he immediately proceeds to not only
say it in front of children and egg her on to say it again.
Say the N-word a number of times.
By the way, that guy taking the video, I'm sure he's gonna mention this, that guy taking the video is a pedophile.
I was about to say that.
Aware.
Times, but also encourages the woman to repeat the word.
I think we need
Why is that guy in the park filming children?
Into the people's hands. Bring back the N-word. Hard R. Nuclear. It's my favorite N-word. It's dangerous, but it's powerful.
This lady said the N-word. We must cancel her. The guy filming her, the pedo. Oh, no. We're not gonna talk about that words. No.
Word.
All right, that's what you say.
No one's talking about why the fact that there's a pedophile filming in a children's park, right?
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, man.
That little kid, you call him the little child?
Yeah. Oh God, stop.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech.
You did a hate speech! No!
You can be recorded for that.
No, she can't, because she is in America. The guy's allegedly a pedophile. All right, I don't know if he's a pedophile. That's just what the news said. All right, so allegedly a pedophile. But yeah, no. But she based, fucking based. Not based.
Convicted of sexual assault on a 16-year-old is what I learned. Is what I read.
Motherfucker, this is America.
That's.
All right. Yeah. So anyway, I'm not gonna sit here and
that
say
is a hate.
saying the
Yeah.
N-word to a 5-year-old is a good thing to do.
Yeah, I think it was not so good.
I'm gonna tell you the enlightened centrist opinion.
He's filming
okay?
at children's parks apparently.
Peak
Though.
Bad,
That's
and therefore
peak.
neither of these people deserve to make money off a bad thing that they did. That is the enlightened centrist opinion. The enlightened centrist is a retard this time. This is not a situation that is remotely comparable to the bullshit centrist opinion. Yes, you're right. Both are bad. One is stabbing someone in the heart, and that dude needs to be in jail forever. The other one is saying a bad word at an emotionally vulnerable moment when someone was stealing from her, which was not a nice thing to do at all, but not a crime, should not be in jail. Now, the result of this
should also get 800K for it, though.
That kid the N-word.
Let's be honest. But then again, as we talked about yesterday, the direct reason she got an 800K over it is because she got massive backlash, like doxing, hate, threats, all of the things. And then some murderer fuckheads gets 500K. And people were like, you know what? Fuck this. We're gonna beat this. We're gonna beat the 500K. And they did. Like, this lady's like almost a millionaire now. Like, I don't understand why people... Well, I do understand why people don't want to go into the fact that this is a direct result of the Carmelo Anthony Give and Go. 100% a direct result. And the reason they don't want to do that is because that doesn't really fit the narrative of where the other guys are the bad guys and we're not the bad guys, right? Because it's still pure tribalism.
The result is that this person was doxxed, swatted, harassed, thousands of videos were made with death threats saying that they're gonna come and murder this girl and hurt her baby, all right? So the enlightened centrist, with all due respect, is a retard, okay? The enlightened centrist is fucking retarded, all right? Her GoFundMe, in my opinion, was a social response to the Carmelo Anthony GoFundMe. And that is why I actually think it is kind of justified. Not necessarily that it's a good thing that she said the N-word, she should make money off of that shit, but A, she does need some sort of support if she's gonna survive with all these doxing and swatting. She likely is going to have to move. That's one. And two, and I think this is even more important, no more bullshit fucking virtue signaling. No more canceling people for this stuff. No more. No more ruining someone's entire life and well-being and safety because they popped off too hard. No more of that. It's over. Getting canceled in 2025 needs to be, in order to preserve freedom of speech, saying the N-word in 2025 is a bad thing to do. But getting canceled in 2025, that shit needs to become financially viable. So I think that saying both bad is the enlightened centrist opinion. And it's a little retarded.
Yes.
Because this is a much, much broader situation.
You can definitely be recorded if you say something in public. However, hate
I think the guy meant reported. I don't think he meant recorded, but anyway.
speech is not a thing in America.
Yeah, hate speech doesn't exist in America. Freedom of speech.
And contrary to what social media is trying to get everyone to believe, saying the N-word is not illegal. This guy better
True.
hope it's not, because he said it a bunch of times.
It's not illegal, and also it is not even close to murdering somebody.
I missed.
Unless
What the
he's
fuck?
saying that laws should apply differently based on race, and I could have
Oh
sworn
shit, oh shit. He wants to say that saying the N-word is illegal if you're white? That's crazy.
that America went through a whole civil rights
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the civil rights movement was against it.
movement to make such things
Surprise,
illegal.
motherfucker.
Anyway, what happened was that a black child tried to take something from this lady Shiloh's bag, and in
Bag
retaliation,
of fries,
she called him the
motherfucker.
N-word.
What's that
now,
mean?
Is it wrong to call a kid a racial slur? Of course it is.
Yeah.
Is it illegal? Well,
No,
I'm not
it's
a
not.
lawyer, but probably not.
Not in America. Not in America. Maybe in the United Kingdom it is, but not in America.
Kids get called names all the time by adults, and I don't think that people are being arrested left and right for that. The cops are more concerned with did you hit them or engage in extreme verbal abuse like screaming or threatening them.
Yeah, obviously.
Now, should Shiloh receive harsh criticism for doing this? Absolutely. If it was my kid she called a racial slur, I would be pretty mad. However, I don't think it's a crime. But as I said, the
Can you guys
video
stop
went
missing and kill it
viral, and
already?
the internet ended up doxing her address, her phone number, and much worse,
Yup.
her social security number.
Uh-oh.
I imagine that this was also compounded by lots of threats because that's what usually happens in these cases. And so Shiloh started...
It was. I've made a video on this in the past. I've in fact been canceled, by the way. Did you know that? I was canceled for this video on Twitter. A lot of people were freaking out and saying that I support calling kids the N-word, which I don't. But people were going crazy over me being remotely supportive
back
of this.
to my,
but I am remotely
so
supportive
fucked.
of this.
This story's gonna
People
end
are
today.
tired of the two-tier justice system. People are tired of the bullshit. The life
I gotta get him in view.
bullshit.
The Give Send Go campaign on May 1st to help
There's
her
more
pay
of
for
us
some
here
of the
than there is of
expenses
them.
of having all her information leaked. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put in a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so I don't think anyone's denying that this lady is at least a little bit racist, but trying to ruin a woman's entire life and threaten her safety because a word was said is inappropriate. Think of all the non-white people who constantly say racist shit and they receive no consequences at all. Think of stuff like this children's book here that teaches anti-white racism to kids.
Oh my god, stop! Stop with the victim shit! Stop! You are ruining this for everyone! You're ruining America for everyone. When
Not
you do
just
this
America.
garbage. That's why I like the pushback. I like the pushback because I absolutely hate this mentality. Oh my god. Here on the Nuxanor channel, I want to make this very clear. Here on the Nuxanor channel, we do not condone calling kids the N-word. However, we do find it hilarious. All right, that's a joke. That's just kidding. That was oh!
Or this social experiment that British television did that taught kids based on a racist narrative. No one is having their lives ruined over those things, so maybe just have Shiloh apologize to the child and the family and have her take a course on how to manage undesirable
Where's this
behavior from
fucking
children
Sawyer?
without calling them racial slurs. You know, have the punishment fit the crime. But since Carmelo Anthony got hundreds of thousands of dollars on Give Send Go for killing a student, and he was being glorified for doing that, and because Shiloh opened up her Give Send Go account just a couple weeks later, in response, the internet started donating to Shiloh like crazy.
And she made more money than he did.
And we got some competitive racism. And
yeah, baby! I love competitive. I mean, we do not support competitive racism on the Nuxanor channel. I do not condone this sort of action. However, it is incredibly
Why did it stop flying right over me?
Form of charity. We had people on Team White donating $2,000 to help spell out the N-word, and
bro, that's insane. Holy!
And people on Team Black were donating to share how they were happy that Carmelo ended the life of a white kid.
You've got to be kidding me. People donated on her fundraiser to talk about how happy they were that that a black person murdered a white guy.
Until Give Send Go removed the ability to comment on both campaigns, which pissed a lot of people off because the comments were only removed after Shiloh began her campaign, and it was like a day after. Yeah. Meanwhile, people have been saying racist shit and cheering on the stabbing of a white kid for weeks on Carmelo's page. Now, I will say that these comments are probably not good for the culture. However, the suggestion here is that black people can be as racist as they want to.
That is the suggestion, you're right.
Towards white people, and no one cares.
You're right.
When similar sentiments
because white people are the oppressors. They're the oppressors. Every single one of them. They're all oppressors. All of them. They're just oppressive. By existing, they're oppressing people. Are you walking next to a black person? Well, you're oppressing them, you should know. It's so frustrating because, like, I had that shit towards me. Someone told me, you'll never understand because your grandparents owned my grandparents. And I'm like, fucking what? My grandparents are Holocaust survivors from fucking Poland, okay? They didn't own fucking anybody, all right? My generational trauma is a lot more recent than yours. Like, can we stop? Can we stop with your... And by the way, they just did a racism. Like stop, bro.
Thrown back. It's the end of the world, and now action has to be taken. This double standard is why people are mad. Both types of racism are bad, but only one gets punished. So far, Carmelo's campaign has raised $530,000, and Shiloh has raised $780,000.
So, to be clear, while I don't
it's
think
like up to
someone should
900K
necessarily
now.
make money purely on the existence of calling kids the N-word, I do not support calling kids the N-word. It's rude. It's not a nice thing to do. I am really happy that she made more money than he did. I am. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I am happy that she made more money than he did. This is not the same situation. He murdered somebody. She said a word. All right? Not the same fucking thing. I am super happy that there was pushback on this shit. Absolutely. Absolutely. I am happy about this. No enlightened centrist retards are both bad. All right, both bad. Whites won this race war. All right, that was rude. That was too far. I went too far. I popped off too hard.
Which, I think in both cases, the money couldn't have gone to less deserving people. Obviously, I'm more sympathetic to Shiloh because her sin was far less severe.
It's not about the money. It's about sending the message. Yes, Joker moment. It's about sending the message. It's not about the money. All right.
I actually have a Y available. I didn't realize there was a sub here.
This is not a comparison made between these crimes. This is not a judgment call on these individuals' characters. This is a gigantic, throbbing middle finger to this cancel culture, fake race grifting bullshit. It's about the message, Batman. That's why I'm more based than anyone else on YouTube, by the way. Just letting you know. Everyone else on YouTube, they're gonna be like, yeah, you know, bitch or bitch. We're not gonna say anything. No, I am the most based. Subscribe for more based Nux commentary that will definitely not get me in trouble in the next Nux hit piece that comes out. Because I fear more Nux hit pieces are on the horizon because everyone that reacted to the last Nux hit piece on me got crazy views.
However, despite that the reaction to what she did was way out of line, I'm not a fan of a person being essentially rewarded with close to $1 million for doing a bad thing.
I agree, but that's not the whole context here. There is so much more context. There's more context than just the simple reward for doing a bad thing. I don't like that she got rewarded for doing a bad thing, but you know what I do like? I do like the pushback on cancel culture. I like that a lot. Very, very much. The idea that someone says a word and you can ruin their life, but the idea where someone could stab somebody and you can make them a hero and a martyr. I love the pushback on that shit. I love that people are not afraid anymore to say, yeah, that's bullshit. Like, you don't understand. In society, for the last bunch of years, if you said something that went against the public decided upon narrative, you were the villain and they canceled and ruined your life. And I'm not just talking about black and white, all right? You fucking mentioned COVID vaccines and you would get banned off YouTube. I had a video taken down because I talked about COVID during COVID, all right? I had a video removed from YouTube for that. I got a community guideline strike on my channel, all right? So that is an example. Another example is transgenderism. If you say anything about transgenderism, you are the enemy numero uno, all right? You say that kids shouldn't cut their dicks off, and for the last 4 years, you would have gotten canceled and dragged through the mud for that. I like that we're moving away from that area where we can actually have relatively nuanced discussions, where you're not instantly branded as an ist or a phobe. Shout out to Smuggalana, by the way, who got the most views on any of her videos lately on her reaction to my hit piece. I'm just saying, that's why more hit pieces are coming. All right, so 7 days ago, this is the hit piece on me, 125K views, which is more than any of her other videos. I am just saying, I know the trends. The next hit piece is around the corner. Anyway, just felt like saying that.
But again, the reason that she got so much money is because of over a decade of unmitigated racism towards white people from the mainstream media, activists, colleges, politicians, and human resources departments. For over 10 years, people have been making some of the most evil and prejudiced accusations towards whites. However, if you say something reasonable like, hey, maybe don't
This
drive
guy
a
was
car
so
while you're
mad,
under
bro.
the influence of fentanyl,
Holy
they
shit.
will have a meltdown and try to ruin your entire life. I mean, you have
Come
people saying
spam,
shit
come
like this
spam.
on social media.
I literally get money off of it.
That's okay on social media.
And nothing would happen.
Remember,
Come spam.
this guy over here said that you would probably have to actually genocide white people to make this a normal country, and Hassan Piker, the largest leftist political streamer, supports this guy, in my opinion. He likes this guy. He couldn't condemn him, all right? This dude, who, by the way, murdered 2 people in cold blood, that's fine. That's okay. Hassan
He was so
doesn't
mad.
care that he murdered 2 people in cold blood. That's cool. But, oh, you said something against one of the protected classes?
But if you said a man is a man on social media,
Exactly.
then you could lose your livelihood. And the legacy media types are still trying to maintain this as the status quo. In response
They're
to the
trying,
two fundraisers
and that's why they're pushing all of that shit. All the shit keeps getting pushed. The narratives, the propaganda, they push it more and more because that's what they want. They want to lock you into this vice grip of bullshit.
Go, Piers Morgan did a panel and interviewed a co-founder of the website.
I covered this shit. That's awesome.
In a video where I can only imagine it was Piers' goal to increase racial tension.
We saw that one.
Okay,
Was that
Shiloh,
yesterday or the day before? I don't know. We went through that one as well. It was kind of funny. The ladies was like, "Yep, oh, I say it all the time." Whoa, okay.
His goal was clicks
it was
and
so
money.
good.
That's why Pierce made this video. It wasn't to increase racial tension.
What was his name?
She
Is
seems
he?
to be
Please
pretty
tell me he's
open
in
and
this
shut.
chat.
This is a woman on camera repeatedly using the N-word. First of all, with a 5-year-old autistic
the content
child.
stopped here.
There is no evidence
Sad.
that it's a 5-year-old autistic child.
We can't rage bait
Why are
this
we
guy
still
no
doing
more.
this?
Then an adult who's filming her doesn't care, is blatantly racist. Why should someone like that be allowed to raise any money?
To be honest, I don't think Piers Morgan has the right to an opinion because he's British. I don't mean to be racist against British people, but y'all don't have free speech in England. Why are we doing this?
On your site, if, as you say, you are driven by a Christian purpose.
Well, that's a fascinating question. I would almost flip it around. It's like if we tried to create litmus tests for everybody to come onto a platform to use it, I pretty much could guarantee nobody would
My
pass
blue
the
light is
litmus
turning
test
down.
because the reality of humanity
He's
is
back in Britain.
broken.
So you would let anybody onto your platform to raise money for anything? Is that your position?
No, the position is that
But he did move
there
to the
are
US
laws
for
that
quite a while.
define what is legal and what isn't legal, and we adhere to the
I
laws
forget
as
what
the
network he was
framework
on.
for what is and isn't allowed.
Yes, that basically should be the line for all these social media websites. In fact, in America, legally, they're supposed to behave like GiveSendGo to retain certain protections, but the government loves to not enforce the law.
Absolutely.
So in retaliation to this very reasonable
Freedom of speech, but only when it's convenient.
point, it looks like Pierce's team has done some research and has found that GiveSendGo is a Christian website, and because of that, there are certain behaviors that they actually don't allow.
Well, I'll say historically, we've stood on that principle of saying we're going to allow things that we disagree with.
Okay.
And we've allowed things that we completely disagree with.
Do you allow
on the
people to
platform.
do allow pro-abortion fundraising?
Actually, there's 2 caveats to what GiveSendGo has carved out, and one of them is it's broken into 2 pieces, but it's the protection of children. So we say we're going to protect children because they don't have a voice. So we're not going to allow fundraising for abortions on GiveSendGo, and we're not going to allow fundraising for the transition of children.
Right, he's a hypocrite. Which would have been a great gotcha moment for Piers if it wasn't for the fact that in many states, abortion and transitioning children is a crime.
Bro, it's crazy to even watch this debate, like feeling like you get the moral high ground here. It's like, what is even going on?
In fact, it seems like Piers is not very informed on U.S. law at all.
Inciting racial...
No, obviously not. He doesn't know that freedom of speech is a thing in the United States. He doesn't even know that's a thing.
Is a crime, right?
Inciting racial hatred is a crime?
No, it's not. It's not a nice thing to do, but it's not criminal in the United States.
Yeah. Where?
Ooh, I
You
almost
don't think it's
missed.
a crime?
In the U.S.?
Yeah, it is.
I've never seen that as a law.
We're gonna have to do some digging on that one, bro. We're gonna just let Pierce Morgan. Bro's from Britain. What does he know? He's from England.
Oh, come on.
Is
You've got to be shitting me.
inciting racial hatred a crime in America? Inciting racial hatred is not a crime under federal law. It could be prosecuted under other things like incitement to violence. That is not what I said. Hate crimes is
This much, bro.
violence. That is not what I said. Threats and intimidation. Nope. State laws and civil rights violations like inciting racial hatred that leads to interference with federally protected rights. So wrong. No. Inciting racial hatred is not a crime in America. He's
Will
wrong.
he die before
Violence
he gets
is
there?
illegal. Violence is illegal. Inciting crimes are wrong. Inciting violence is wrong. But yeah, sorry, bro, you're wrong. There is no crime to incite racial hatred.
On the books, but that was.
It's not nice. It's definitely not a nice thing to do. But we have to make this line in the sand.
It is. I'm not even American, and I know it's a law on the books. You're not allowed to incite
You're wrong.
racial hatred.
You're wrong. That is not true. You are just lying, Pierce, news guy.
Or violence against.
Violent? What do you mean, or violence? What do you mean, or violence? These are. That's a whole ass other discussion.
Ethnic groups based on their ethnicity. What could be a more glaring
violent-
calling black people the N-word?
It's not a crime, and it's not violence. It's not nice, but stop.
I'm gonna let this
Snuck
shotgun.
violence in there.
I think I
That's
missed
my
it.
guy.
Maybe I
He
should.
just fucking snuck violence into the conversation.
Oh, no.
Appears That's not a crime.
It's
Now
just
we
criminal
can-
to eat cereal with a spoon and milk. I commit violence. All right, dude.
Was
good,
last.
Good take.
I mean,
Last
groups
one,
like
I needed
Antifa
to
and
turn.
BLM and news
Yes, we got 'em.
reporters, as well as a number of U.S. senators and congressmen, better hope that's not a crime.
True.
Because they're going to jail if that's the case.
Yeah, I think they should go to jail for inciting violence also in these protests. Like, why do the rioters that burn down buildings and loot stores and shit? Why is that okay? I don't understand. Protesting is legal because
can I
freedom
get
of speech is legal.
each
but
one of those?
Freedom of speech doesn't include burning buildings and looting targets and shit.
And really, the most disgusting thing about modern social media is that you can do or say one bad thing and you're banned forever.
Yep.
There's no path to redemption, and if you keep it like that, eventually people are going to see no reason to be good. Everyone does something bad at some point, so why strive to make amends for any wrongdoing if people will never accept you anyway?
3 years ago in New York City, in the middle of the city, there was an altercation between a woman and a black man over bird watching and dogs. And her name
Hey,
was
look,
Amy
it's the
Cooper.
retards.
And
How you
to
doing,
this day,
retards?
3 years later, she hasn't been
Thanks
able
for
to
the
find a
review.
job. She's been, because she made a bad mistake, saying the wrong thing
Oh, come on in.
a particular moment
Well, she
where
racially
Hamill was
abused
pulled
him.
out.
Bro, she didn't racially abuse him. Racially abuse is when you molest black people. That would be racial abuse. All right? Racial abuse is when you beat people up because they're black. Saying words is not abuse. And it should not be considered on the same playing field as Carmelo Anthony, bro.
You racially abused him. If you racially abuse people, you are made accountable for your actions.
So for the rest of your life, the rest of
Actually,
your
you
life,
know what?
you're cut from society.
If you call black people the N-word and racially abuse them, unfortunately, yes, it has consequences, probably for your professional life, for the rest of your professional life.
We understand.
Now, again, I think, yeah, I believe in a capitalist society where you have the right to not want to hire somebody, for example. If they're known to say the N-word or whatever, and you don't want to hire them, I actually fully support that. Because I fully support the idea of, you know, doing whatever you want. Like, there was this one example of a Christian bakery that didn't want to bake wedding cakes for gay marriages because it went against their faith, for example. And that became like a whole shitstorm. I think that every bakery has the right to bake cakes for whoever they want. Just like I think that everyone has the right to not hire necessarily somebody who's known for saying the N-word. I get that. But when society is not willing to put pushback on people, it's insane. Not pushback how the Shiloh Hendrix thing and the Carmelo Anthony thing are not even remotely the same.
Look how well the game went without you
I
here.
understand this consequence.
Crazy, right?
What I'm saying is what you're advocating for. It seems
I can't
is
stop-
that for the
I
rest
can't
of
stop baiting.
Shiloh's life, she should be pushed into the recesses of society,
And also harassed. You have to recognize these people were sending her unbelievable death threats too.
and that she should not have a voice. That she should be canceled and silenced. This is what drives people to suicide.
He's not wrong.
And it's this cancel.
What do you think that would do to the kid? Like, what do you think that would do to the kid? Forget Shiloh for a minute. Like, but the kid's life is gonna be fucked.
Culture mantra that thinks that the best way forward as a society is to cancel them rather than try to bring some redemption into the situation.
Yes, the constant double standards and the lack of ability to be redeemed is driving people insane. Basically, what Piers is saying is that if you do one bad thing, then you should die. Because what's the difference between saying that and telling people they have to starve because no company should ever hire them? This kind of mentality
Achtung,
is exactly
Eiskol,
why
das ist ein
Shiloh got
kleiner
so much
Hurensohn.
money and why she got rewarded for doing something wrong.
Let me ask you a question.
Keine
Attention.
Attention,
Why, in your
Bert.
opinion, does this guy deserve to have charges dropped against a Rochester man for accused of sexually abusing a teen
I probably
victim?
butchered that.
And the reason why this
Marvin's
is
probably
dropped,
like,
dismissed the charges because of the interest.
You
of
said it all
justice.
wrong.
Dismissed the charges in the interest of justice. It's pretty weird, right? It's pretty wild. Doesn't at all seem like some
I'm pretty
sort
sure
of double standard in
Hurensohn
America
was
that people
correct,
are fed
though.
up with, right?
The idea is that peers is spreading are only going to increase racism, and quite honestly, I don't think these people are stupid. I think they're doing it on purpose. Instead of spending time trying to understand his opponent's perspective, Pierce spends the entire interview trying to get a gotcha moment on the Give Send Go co-founder, while completely ignoring the much worse thing that Carmelo Anthony did. All Pierce does is talk about bad things that white people have done, and tries to frame the Give Send Go
Sometimes you gotta
co-founder in
let
the
it go.
worst possible way.
Well, I think that there's no possible comparison between any of these things that we're talking about. You ever heard of Tommy Robinson? Tommy Robinson is a British man who called out these grooming gangs that existed in England, and he was arrested and he was in jail for years because of Islamophobia. All right, he
He did a little bit
arrested for
more than that.
Islamophobia.
That's
Piers
that.
Morgan
I
refused
feel like
to
that
even
story is a
have the
little
guy
bit more
on the show
nuanced than
because
just
that
that.
dude's Islamophobic, and he kind of
It's fine, bro. Go fuck away with him. I don't give a shit.
Seemed to me. He was released
He showed up
yesterday, by
after
the way,
blowing
but,
his top
that's
off
kinda how it
in a
happened.
fucking video
However,
game.
Because that's criticizing.
Say whatever you want, dude.
However, if you're criticizing white people,
Unless
or
it's
Jews,
racial.
no problem, bro. What are we talking about? Piers Morgan is every fucking anti-Semite, anti-white person on the planet on his show. They're all invited.
Told that the Give Send Go site for Luigi Mangione, who we saw
They were good.
Allegedly executing a healthcare boss in cold blood. I don't think there's much allegedly about it. The process take its course. He's got nearly £1 million for his defence via your site. The bottom line.
Oh, he was bitching in a previous game. In the previous
reality
game.
Of the situation is that if you racially
So I rage baited him a little bit
become
and then
a
dropped my
millionaire
Twitch
on your site and
or
you won't stop it happening.
URL.
And if you kill somebody or allegedly kill somebody, you
Oh,
won't
okay,
stop
that's
that
what you
happening
said.
either.
I thought you
With
meant-
your
yeah,
Christian
never mind.
hat on, if somebody wants to put anything up that's pro-abortion, whoa, not having that, Gov.
To be
This is crazy because those cases are so wildly different. Like, Carmelo Anthony was raising money for his legal defense officially, all right? Not to support his murder, all right? Shiloh Hendricks was raising money to move and change locations because she was getting death threats, not to support her saying the N-word to more people, all right? Him not allowing abortion fundraisers is because they actively cause abortions, which according to Christianity is murder. It's a private company and he has the right to not want to raise money for what he considers murder. How on earth do you even compare these instances? But then again, it's okay to be anti-Christian. That's okay, according to Piers Morgan and according to the United Kingdom. Yep, you can't be you cannot be against black people, you cannot be against Muslims, but if you're against white people, Christians, or Jews, you are fine, according to the standard of United Kingdom politics.
clear, when he said murderer, he meant
Oh, he's
Luigi,
never even
not
gonna-
Carmelo. I mean,
Sad.
it's really hard to pretend that you're trying to fix racism or racial abuse when you spend an hour saying
Look,
that a
GG.
woman's life should be over and she should be criminally prosecuted for saying a word, while completely ignoring the guy who provoked a fight and stabbed a high schooler because he didn't want to move to a different tent.
Also, to be clear, I'm pretty sure that Piers Morgan made like 2 separate videos on Carmelo Anthony. All right, he made 2 separate videos on Carmelo Anthony, on Shiloh Hendricks, on the white girl, but didn't make a single video on Carmelo Anthony, the black guy that murdered a white kid, as far as I remember.
One of these is 100 times worse than the other, and giving the harshest possible criticism to the less bad thing, while completely ignoring the other, makes you seem like a terrible person. Oh, but I guess it's okay, because it's not possible to be racist against white people, right?
Of equating of one side to the other side often loses track of this issue of power. To use as example, when black people stand up and say, hey, let's build our own stuff, hey, let's have a black power movement. When a black person says, hey, let's preserve our culture, I have no problem with Italians or Irish people or anyone else.
Bro, let's have a black power move. How can you say that unironically? Change the word black with white. How badly would the same guy lose his fucking mind over it? Racial grifters are the worst.
Saying let's preserve our culture. But when we don't talk about ethnicity, but actual race, and when white people say let's preserve whiteness, it's an exclusionary practice. It's about
So black people are allowed to have black power, and white people are not allowed to have white power. Black people are allowed to say the N-word, white people are not allowed to say the N-word. All right, that's understandable. All right. Black people are allowed to build exclusionary practices where they specifically want to do black person-only businesses, but if a white person does that, that's pretty fucked up. Is it just me, or does this guy sound kind of racist?
Preserving laws and practices and tactics that do harm to other people. A black power movement was about opening stores and building businesses. A white power movement was about something very, 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 very different. A white power movement included lynchings and included Ku Klux Klan, etc. So let's not pretend that these are opposite sides of the same coin. When white people say, let's save our
Bro, I don't think any white person, or at least any normal white person, is saying, like, let's remake
Do
the
I have
Ku Klux
a...
Klan and start lynching
it's
black
a shit
people
one
again.
though, fuck.
Obviously, this isn't happening, but this panel of Pierce...
I was thinking maybe if I take a destroyer and just keep shooting guns, right? That gives me a shit ton of ribbons. 3,000 wouldn't be too bad. Like, I did it with in 3 games with the Cross of Dorn, but I get like 400 hits on that thing. Every game. I do have like 300,000 free XP, so I could, you can't see it, I could totally just get like one of the gun destroyers up. I'm on the gate. What? Yeah, the gate does, I mean. Wait. Oh, but it's basic speed, so it doesn't. Okay, well, we'll just take this one, and I'll do. I can't do Perilous Right. That's. If I do operations, I have to do it double, so 6,000. Yo, no, no. No, we're not gonna do that. Yeah, fuck that. 6,000 ribbons. Oh. How much would it cost me? This one's better in guns, but worse in everything else. I could straight up do it. I could just go there, boom, in one, easily, I might add. But should we is the question. Like, I probably shouldn't. But we'll just jump in with the Kagero, and we'll see what happens. Kagero.
Morgan, this is one of the best panels ever. I don't know why Piers Morgan does this shit, but he actually got the retard Avengers. He gathered the retard Avengers for this one. Every single person here deserves their own Super Smash Brothers intro. All right, you don't understand, bro. And black people in South Africa can say "kill the white guy." Yeah, true. That's true. That's legal in South Africa also. Saying "kill the white guy" in South Africa it's a liberation phrase. You know, it's about liberation. Did you see that clip? Did I show you guys that clip? I feel like I don't know if I showed you that clip, but it's on the Nux Taku Twitter, the best Twitter account on all of Twitter. Shout out to Nux Taku for being based and cool.
That go and arrest this one. We are a very proud sovereign country that has its own laws, that has its own processes, and we take into account what the Constitutional Court also decided when it said that, you know, that slogan, kill the Boer, kill the farmer, is...
Yeah, when we say kill the Boer, kill the white farmer, kill the Boer, kill the farmer, referring to white people, when we say that, you know what it says?
A liberation chant.
It is a liberation chant! When we say kill the white people, it has nothing...
I mean, he's not technically wrong. It is a liberation chant. It's just a violent liberation chant. You're just leaving out a small, tiny modifier there in front of it. You're right.
To do with killing white people? Absolutely.
It doesn't matter too much.
Country, even using language of our country, when black people built this thing, when you say that, you're talking about forcing people out of the country. You're talking about laws that discriminate. You're talking about doing harm to people.
Right, because affirmative action doesn't exist, and the summer of 2020 never happened.
True.
Racist black people have never caused a riot before.
It's a known thing. It's mostly peaceful riots. Okay, stop.
Mostly peaceful protest.
God damn.
Someone in the comments pointed out that they censored every use of the N-word on Piers' show, but when white racial slurs were used, they weren't censored, which is true. They clearly think that one form of racism matters a lot less than the other.
Absolutely, they do. They do. And it's the pushback against that. That pushback is driving people insane.
When you have a two-tiered system like that, all you're going to do is increase racial hatred and
100%.
increase racial prejudice.
He's right.
Also, the more you make every single negative interaction a race issue, the more the racial divide will increase. And like I said, I don't think that people like Piers or anyone else that has race scripted in this video is stupid. I think they're doing it on purpose. There's a lot of money to be made in race scripting. From a political standpoint,
Very
the more
real.
we spend time fighting over dumb racial issues, the less we unite against corrupt politicians or corrupt business practices.
He's
and
right.
the crazy thing.
And I think that the media does this on purpose to divide people and focus on things that aren't directly them. I think it's important to note. I really think that they do that. And that's like the whole hoax in Canada with the genocide that I pointed out earlier. Like, it's a hoax to get people, like, invested and involved in something that the actual powerful people don't need to deal with at all. It's part of the strat.
Thing is that recently I saw a post that said this: Gen Z has no idea that back in the 90s, basically everyone just got along with race and stuff. It's really bad they don't know firsthand that was possible.
Yeah?
Right. I grew up in the 90s and
Yikes.
no shit
Same.
about race.
True! So true!
In fact, when I was 19, I worked at a job with a ton of black people. We all got along, and in the 2.5 years that I worked there, no one brought up race. Racism was on life support, and we used to live in a country that was pretty free of racial prejudice until 2014, when colleges started performing CPR on racism by talking about microaggressions. But as I said, the good
He's right. He's literally right. He's not wrong. Holy shit.
news is that everyone's getting tired of this. And I've also noticed a particular distaste coming from black people. In fact, despite how many racists there were donating to Carmelo Anthony and cheering on the death of a white kid, it was actually much easier for me to find black people criticizing all of this than any other race.
Makes my blood boil.
No, absolutely. Because, dude, most black people fucking hate this shit. You gotta realize, this is a very loud, very vocal minority
Hola,
of
Sion,
black people
¿cómo
that say
estás?
this. Just like it's a very vocal minority of white people
Was ist
that probably even
los,
donated
Kamerad?
to Shiloh Hendrix's campaign. Like, you gotta realize, bro. You gotta realize, no one likes this. It's all about the propaganda.
It is indeed.
It's fake.
Well, put that kid, Carmelo, put him under the jail. I don't want him to. I want his life to be over personally.
It's hard to put into words how upsetting this is, but I do not think Carmelo Anthony's bail should have been lowered from $1 million. In fact, I don't even think it should have been offered. I think he should be in jail right now.
Jeff McCabe had got swatted, what, 3 or 4 times? Threats sent to Hunter, his mom, but y'all make Carmelo out to be the victim and his family?
These aren't even all the black people
Yo.
that
There's millions of...
Thank you so much for the sub, Sion. Zion? Sorry, I don't know why I said Sion. Much appreciated, dude. I will gladly and humbly take your money, good sir.
them. There's so many.
Thank you.
Dude, I think one of the biggest videos on this entire like black fatigue topic, as far as like this entire black fatigue topic goes, is made by this guy, right? This fellow, Black Fatigue, 758,000 views 12 days ago. You know? Like, I think so. I really think so. Like, this shit is awful for black people.
tired of all the race baiting and BLM excusing crime
Bro, I have to
while trying to make criminals look like
grind
heroes.
3,000
It's
ribbons.
starting to become a complete scam.
That's right,
I got like
baby.
50 right
Activism
now.
is a scam. It is. It always has
This might
been.
take a while.
It just takes a while until you notice. But it's always been a scam.
been a scam since BLM, brother.
Right,
BLM
was-
said, oh, our mission is to destroy the nuclear family.
Right. BLM is not your friend. They want to destroy black families.
Good.
You know what
Wow.
happens to
Look at
kids
that.
without a family structure?
Because the thing is, if racism gets solved, how
They
is
generally
BLM
get
gonna make
fucked
money?
up.
How are the race grifters gonna make money if there's no racism? Ever think about that?
Statistically
Bet you didn't
speaking.
realize that. It turns out racism is actually paying all of these people. I love that people are waking up. And by the way, the reason why I think the Shiloh Hendricks campaign was a net positive
Yeah,
for
it's
society.
only like
even though-
15 years late. Bro, I was talking about this in 2016, dude. I showed you the fucking video. 9 fucking years ago. How is it? It's only gotten worse since then.
So she said a black word. She said a bad word to a black kid. Yeah, it's not a nice thing to say.
I hate
Definitely
being
not a nice
old,
thing to do. Do
you
not
know?
support it. It is funny.
It's like-
that was a joke, but do not support
Being
it.
young is great because you're
the
just
reason
so
why it's nice
stupid. You have no idea what the fuck is going on. You're not even paying attention because who gives a shit, right? And then you grow up, and then you look around and you notice the world is full of terrible people, and complete bullshit, and just people grifting off of others' misfortune. And oh my god, we live in a terrible place, guys.
is because we can have these conversations. Could you imagine if social media was cracking down on all this shit like it was 4 years ago? You used to not even be able to have these discussions, and now you can. And that is a good thing.
They abused and sexually abused. They get put in gangs. They develop drug problems. This is terrible for black people, like it would be terrible
keep
for
forgetting
any
these guys are
race.
so fast.
How can you say Black Lives Matter when you want to destroy black families? And really, the best middle finger we can give to all these
Landing?
grifting assholes is
I almost
to
hit
get
it.
along and
It's
be
only a
friends.
4-second flight time. I was shooting at 8.
Who was a therapist made a
Okay.
good point.
Sadly,
Ridiculous.
many young people today have no conflict resolution skills.
Be
They're taught
real.
to fight. They're taught if one person touches you, you better double it. They say if they push you, make sure they don't get up from the fight. And this is such a prevalent mentality that I've seen in all races.
Well, it's that or cancel culture behavior where you get ousted from the group for making one misstep instead of talking it out with everyone. All of this is about conflict resolution. The worse we are at that,
All right.
the more society will suck. The reality is that both the Shiloh and the Carmelo situations could have been easily solved with the most basic conflict resolution skills. Instead of calling the kid the N-word, Shiloh could have simply realized that kids of all races don't really have a strong sense of personal property until they hit a certain age.
Yeah, you're right. Shiloh shouldn't have called him the N-word. You're right. It was not a nice thing to do. But I feel like that's not really the discussion that we're having right now.
And with that idea in mind, she could have just said, hey, don't do that.
You're right. She should have. She should have. I think we should all have, like, ethics based on religion and believe in God and forgive people for crimes. You're right. You're so right. But that's not really the facts on the ground.
And moved on with her life.
If it's-
As for Carmelo, all
if
he
it
had
gets
to
a
do
ribbon.
was say, oh, I'm under the wrong tent? My bad, I'll move.
You're so right. He should have done that. You're so right. And he also shouldn't have brought an illegal knife either. You're right. You're so right. He's right. He's not wrong.
Easy. Everyone needs to calm down and handle conflict as politely as possible.
True. I think that is true. Everyone needs to calm down.
I've been thinking about
everyone should just
installing
not be
XCOM
racist.
again, dude.
It's my opinion.
I don't know.
I think
Kinda wanna play a tactical
absolutely,
RPG
everyone should
again.
just, instead
Been
of
a
being
while.
racist, just be not racist instead. Just stop being racist and be not racist. But we have to realize that in the society that we're currently living in, these discussions need to be had. Unfortunately, as life is, they need to be had.
By the time
And
they get
while,
close
yes,
enough that I
firmly
can shoot at
do
them,
believe
they're
in
already
forgiving people
dead.
as much as you can on a personal level, I also firmly believe in justice. I really do. Absolutely. Very nuanced view. Justice should be served. And the justice that deserves to be served for someone that murdered a white guy is not even remotely close to someone who says the N-word to a black guy. These are not equatable situations. And the fact that they were ready to ruin her life over this shit just goes to show that we need to absolutely, in my opinion, stand up and call retards retards.
Look to de-escalate and find peaceful solutions whenever they're available.
We gotta care about each other. We gotta be kind to each other. You need to show compassion, show empathy, not anger, not rage. The world
And also we need to call retards retards. I think so.
needs more kind people.
He's right.
If you can't,
I am a kind people. By the way, I think people misunderstand justice. I think justice is not
Yes.
unkind. I think justice is kind. Because if
It was
you
alright.
forgive murderers, then they will murder more
on
people.
K-Pass.
And you were not
Or it
kind
was.
to those people. Mercy on the cruel is cruelty to the innocent.
It's made by the
I
original
think,
guys. Well,
people
some of them.
misrepresent what kindness really is. It's much easier to say I forgive everybody, and no one should be treated badly ever of all time. And
yeah, it's like
really easy
it's
to say
XCOM.
that, but I think you have to call retards
Basically,
retards.
right.
One, be one.
Stop being so hostile and start searching for common ground. That is how these big cultural issues will
let's
get
those
resolved.
guys.
And instead of looking for excuses to hate or dislike each other, we should be looking for excuses to get along.
Yeah,
Last,
I enjoyed
for
it when I
everyone
played
crying
it.
it's over, the race
pretty
war
good.
has begun, and there's no going back.
Way better than the Gears of
Realize
War
that
garbage.
Because there's so much agreement from all races right now. and
I think it's
so bare bones, I hated it.
minorities on all sides that are really inciting this shit. But and I think the real villains are the ones that propagate this crap. The universities that push it, the media that likes twisting it.
There's so much dislike of all the bad actors. This whole event between Shiloh
Never
and
played him?
Carmelo
Wow.
could actually
Wait,
be
the
one
new
of the
ones?
biggest moments of unity. Now
They're
is
pretty
not the
good.
time to divide people based on race. It's time to work together to get rid of all the people who
That's what I was thinking,
profit
like,
from
maybe
when
I
we
installed
fight
the
each
second one
other.
again.
Anyway, thanks for watching.
Yeah, that was a great video. I'm gonna link it in the description, obviously. That was a great video. But yeah, no. Anyway, obviously, kindness and justice are not synonymous.
I might
in my
actually
opinion.
maybe.
I think we need to.
I think it was
call
on sale,
retards
probably not
retards
anymore.
whenever we see them. I think it's important. I
Xenonauts
think it's
do.
healthy for society. It's healthy for society to call retards retards. Like, dude. For example, if you are kind to, for example, Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer, and you're inviting him to your streams and you're finding common ground, then you are opening up a rabbit hole for people to go down his
it's still on
bullshit
sale.
propagandizing children to support
I
terror.
might get Xenonauts.
Right? You're opening up a rabbit hole for
$26
that shit.
though, damn.
So I think being kind to some people is not necessarily healthy for society. I think kindness is important.
Yeah, that
I
one's
am
the OG,
personally
man.
Not racist.
Fantastic.
I don't, in fact, view other races as lower forms of life forms. I don't. I'm not. That's just me personally. Call me cringe.
They're
I
from the
know
deep,
I'm
dude.
sure
that
I
was the
turned
hard
off
one.
a large
That was
subset of
basically,
people that way,
it was literally
but I'm not gonna be
XCOM, the first
afraid
one, the same
to
one,
call
but then
out,
in
let's say,
underwater.
a black person
But
when
they
commit
fixed
a
some
crime,
bugs,
because what if they call me
which made that
racist,
game really
right?
fucking
If
hard.
they, and if a Muslim
And it had
person,
way more.
does an
The
act
maps
of
were,
terror,
the battles
then
were
I'm
way
not
bigger,
afraid of
so
being
they had
called
way more like
Islamophobic if I call them out. I don't like living in a society where
stuff to hide behind
you're
and
not
everything.
allowed to
Like
interact with the world around you
every step
because
around
they're
the
gonna call
corner
you
was
an ist or a
probable
phobe.
doom.
That shit sucks. Thanks for joining my TED Talk.
Throwing smoke grenades everywhere,
sorry,
trying
I'm
to survive.
Like centrist. You thought I was. Not enlightened, but I am chaotic neutral. See you in the next one, gamers. Stay weird, fam. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fam.
Which one's Space Crusade? Oh, okay. I thought it was a Warhammer one. It sounded like, yeah, Space Crusade. Okay, that's definitely Warhammer. If this thing can shoot before it dies, I'm so dead. Oh, well, I'm still alive. Please kill this thing, somebody? Anybody? Nice. Okay, so it was Warhammer. Essentially. Okay. Oh god. Okay, we have to do it, guys. I cannot resist. We have to do this.
Okay, can't go this way because it needs the red key. So they are forcing me this way. All right. Did I turn the difficulty down? No. I've left it on, what is it, ultra violence the entire playthrough. Unless the game has an auto, it shouldn't have changed it. Where would I even see that? Where would you see difficulty? I don't even know. I don't know where you see that. There it is, ultra violence. Yep, that's the hard difficulty. There we go. Okay.
No, it's not. Is it?
Oh, hi.
Oh my god, this guy is so
every
stupid.
time you try to melee.
Bro, holy shit. How do you get hit by that 4 times in a row? You preempted the parry 4 times in a row. Oh my god, this video is 1 minute in and I'm already cringing. God, this guy is so bad at video games. Jesus, what's up, dude? How you doing, sir? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Alright. Bro, I opened the video. We're at 48 seconds. He's already pre-parried 4 times in a row and then complains, why am I getting hit? This guy's gonna make me play fucking Doom, isn't he?
He interrupts you. Look at that. No.
Even though I should be playing. I should be grinding.
Literally, I just wanted to melee, and he just goes hit 5 times, and then you can't do a melee.
Wait, he wasn't even trying to parry. I thought he was trying to parry. He was trying to melee? That makes it so much worse. That makes it so much dumber. Bro, the game literally shows you the fucking moves you have to parry. All you have to do is right-click when the green shit shows up. It's not that hard, my guy.
So no, I'm not gonna waste my revive on that. No thanks. We'll just do
Waste
this
my
again very
revive.
quick.
I don't even. I turned the revives off. I don't play.
So let
I
me
don't
guess, it
use
was the latest morons on the internet were saying that I lowered the difficulty, correct? You guys should know.
Yeah, I want to get this dockyard done, and I ain't got that much time left.
Once I set it to 1 difficulty, I'm just gonna keep going. I'm a very stubborn asshole. I would never go in and change the difficulty after the fact. I would just keep trying to beat it at that difficulty.
Somehow I kind of don't believe that.
That's just how I am.
Phil, I don't believe you, Phil.
You did it again. I can't melee him.
I need 3,000 ribbons with
this
Destroyer. It's gonna be rough.
So he basically crowds you and makes it so it's impossible for you to melee him. That's interesting. Oh, that's a Cosmic Baron? I didn't even know those were supposed to be Barons. I had no clue that's what those were. They look nothing like Barons. That's why I didn't know. I didn't know that. All right, so I'm not gonna use this weapon. Let's do Super Shotgun. Should be effective.
He's a little bit in front of me, so we're not gonna watch this fully because I don't want to spoil this. I just want to see how bad he is.
There, you see? All I had to do was block the super shotty his ass. All right. Oh, great. He shot me. What the?
All you have to do is parry, yeah. Yeah, bro. Yeah. You figured it out. To be fair, I do whip. Wait, weapon deal? He doesn't scroll with his mouse? That's also, like, I should press 2, 3, which I do sometimes, but...
Dude! What? Dude!
Oh my god.
Every single
What a
time I try
gamer.
to do melee,
What a
they now
gamer.
interrupt with their own melee attack and kill me. It's very stupid. Yeah, exactly. The mace windup is slow, which is kind of weird.
Arcane totem identified.
Shield's not working. So stupid. If the thing is, you go in fighting him cold. If you had momentum and you have all your abilities going, he's easy to kill. But if you're going in cold and just fighting
What's going? What's this guy saying, dude?
hitting him head up, he's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, yeah. Because they're all bad runs, Phil. Like...
Nothing hit me! And it was nothing. Literally nothing. There's literally nothing there. This fuck, I'm just gonna use it. I'm just pissing me off. There's nothing fucking there. Great. Nothing I can do about that at all. So annoying, man. You see what I mean? The end of the game is just not fun. This is fucking boring. It's really fucking boring at this point.
Gorilla Pimp Cheer says, what's up? I hate this boring-ass game. I would rather eat bird shit live on a stream than play this here. And here's hoping you're having a beautiful day. Thank you very much for that support, Gorilla X Pimp. I appreciate that.
I'm not having any fun. It's just a gauntlet of nonsense, ridiculous circumstances, not fun. Even the abilities, you can't even really use them to their advantage anymore.
Rerouting to next objective.
He's the ultimate lolcow though. Like Hassan is like the craziest lolcow, but DSP is the ultimate lolcow because he's been going for a decade now, dude. Man, it's going strong. He's like Hassan who?
Okay. Have to be more careful. Alright. I mean, I definitely gotta ask, like, what are we doing in the game right now? Like, nothing. This is all, like, busy work crap.
It's an arena shooter, you fuck.
Could have just turboed right to the next part of the game or story, but instead they got a whole filler stage here for no reason. Like, this stage serves no purpose.
The purpose is to shoot stuff. It's an arena shooter. Or a boomer shooter, I guess they say these days. It's not really an arena shooter. You know what I mean? It plays like an arena shooter.
You've got to be joking. I went to switch weapons and he hit me through the wall with that. What a stupid game. What a stupid fucking game. That's so dumb.
The laugh.
He hit me through the fucking wall.
I know I can't. A giant glass house, right? I have a fucked up lap too, but holy shit, bro.
Okay. What are you talking about?
Captain Jean-Luc Picard dies in front of your face and gives you a necklace to give to his side hose bastard child.
What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, he fired. I parried.
What was that? What was that? Fucking dono, dude. Holy shit.
I'm just instantly dead.
Okay, I'm with Phil on that one.
How could I have taken damage?
I gotta say, I'm with Phil on that one. What was that?
How did you say I got bit? He was stunned. How did he bite me? What the fuck are you talking about, you terrible fucking game? How could he possibly have bitten me?
I was stunned. Yeah, and then he bit you. Yeah, that's
So
how that
boring.
worked.
All again. All the same shit again. Boring.
Bro, does this guy even know you can throw your shield? It's like the best thing in the game, like by far.
How did I fall here before? I fell all the way down. That's what I was trying to do, was do the secret, and then the stupid fucking game. Had the enemy kill me. Dumbass shit. Here we go, getting sniped from a zillion miles away.
Wait. What did he say?
All the way down. That's what I was trying to do, was do the secret, and then the stupid fucking game. Had the enemy kill me.
What? This stupid fucking game lets the enemy kill me. What? That's a phrase? Oh my god, Phil. Please never change.
Dumbass shit. Here we go, getting sniped from a zillion miles away. Dab Hands, remember,
Oh, did we
Dab Hands
forget
says, I'm
the
actually
fucking-
surprised you played it. It
Oh,
didn't seem
great.
like it was
Game's
for you
over.
before release. I assume you were judging
That's
from
the
me
Duncan
not
right
liking
there.
Doom Eternal, right? Well, a couple things. Number one, obviously I wanted to see how it played on my gaming PC. Now that I'm a PC gamer, it's awesome to see how good the game looks, right? The game is gorgeous. Number two, I wanted to see how it controlled on mouse and keyboard, and to be honest, it controls very well.
Yeah, no
so there was
shit.
factors involved outside of just the enjoyment of the game that I wanted to kind of objectively observe.
I'm glad he's not doing. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Literally nothing has hit me. There's nothing hitting me and I'm dead. This is fucking terrible.
Like, you literally see the thing that hits you, like, pass by. like...
Oh, you know what it is? They spawn.
You see there?
There's nothing hitting me and I'm dead. This is...
God, this guy is...
Oh, you know what it is? They spawned guys to my side. That's exactly
Yeah,
what it
that's
is.
how it
They
goes.
spawn more enemies.
Yo. This is like way past where I'm at, right? How did you notice this now? How did you not did you not notice this the first fight that they like portal in? Like, what? I love this speed, dude. I don't understand how he's like.
Yep, they're doing it again.
He has to be like one of the worst
There's nothing I can do.
gamers.
They keep spawning enemies to my side and around me. You can't see them and they shoot you from behind. It's awful. Awful gameplay. So now I know why they give you the VFC, right? Because they just clear the whole fucking area. Who else do I kill? I just keep... Oh my god, what? Are you kidding? It literally spawned a guy right behind me that insta-killed me. Wow, great gameplay. Great game.
This is glorious.
This game sucks. It really does.
Great fucking gameplay. Directly behind me.
Say what you will.
Trash.
He is entertaining.
How did I just take damage? This guy spawned. Yep, he spawned next to me. Unbelievable.
I haven't seen this guy jump once. Wasting ammo on the zombies.
Again, spawned another guy next to me. Yep, there he is.
Why
Dead
would you?
again. Dude, it's exactly the same.
Shield bash does not stun. I already know. How do I already know this? You're like so far ahead of me. The shield bash does not stun big enemies. So when you try and shield bash a big enemy, all you've done is put yourself right in front of their attack. You muppet.
It spawns a guy behind me that I don't know is there. They take my entire life bar with one hit. How many times are they gonna fucking do this? It's so boring. It's so boring. What is this? Berserk.
Throw your fucking shield. This guy does not throw his shield ever.
He's invulnerable right now. So
It's
there's
the
Berserk,
best
he's
fucking
invulnerable.
weapon you
can't
have.
do it with Berserk, it doesn't work. You have to kill all the other enemies first, which is insanely tedious and bad game design. It is. Don't give me Berserk if then I have to waste time killing little peons. Let me just fucking go crazy.
All right, it's decided.
No, can't kill the
After
guy.
this mission, we're
Gotta
gonna
waste
play
your time on
Doom
peons.
because this guy is painful to watch, dude. Like, I gotta play some Doom and like remind myself of how it actually feels to play. Holy fuck.
It
Not a
spawns
single
so many
jump.
Enemies, Berserk doesn't even
Not a
matter.
single
Literally, it doesn't
oh
matter.
my God.
There's too many enemies. You can't even kill them all in time. Can't even move. I get stuck on stuff. I can't tell what I'm stuck on. This is just shit, man. I'm just bored. I'm bored to tears. I don't want to play it anymore. Seriously, like, the game has overstayed its welcome so badly with this garbage. It's just not fun to play. There's not even any story here. This is a waste of time. This entire chapter's been a waste.
What a fucking waste of time.
Now I get attacked from behind. They're all stunned, yet they're still shooting their superpowered attacks at me. They're stunned. They were purple. Why did he get to shoot that at me? Yo, I hate this. I hate it. I literally hate it. The game has gone from being fun to just being super annoying. There's nothing fun about it anymore. Boring, boring, boring. Generic and boring.
This game is fucking boring. It seriously is. The whole first 10, 20 minutes is so boring.
There's too many. It spawns too many enemies. I can't fight 700 mini bosses. This is so boring.
That's said. Routed to
Wasted the second crossbow shot. You couldn't kill him that way. So basically, yeah. So I wasted a VFC shot because I didn't know that, again, there's an arbitrary thing. Oh, you can't ever kill a guy who has an upgrade without the animation. Stupid, yeah, incredibly bad. That shouldn't be the case. But they programmed the game that way because of that limitation. I wasted the second VFC shot thinking, oh, it'll just finish him instantly. But it doesn't. Awful. Okay?
It's literally how you get your upgrades, though. Like, what do you mean? You did that in the other game, too. You got the exact same way. It was just with the Argent cores.
I have no idea what's going on. I can't even see. You tell me what just happened. I couldn't see a goddamn thing. I couldn't see anything. They haven't figured out that the stage is too fucking long and that it's boring as shit. They actually made the stage continue further. I mean, they're idiots. This is so boring. How is the stage still fucking continuing?
It's so bad.
I've been on the stage for 90 minutes. It's still not done? What is wrong with these morons?
Dialis, he helps. Oh my god, I threw the shield.
Endless invisible enemies. Endless invisible enemies.
I hate those guys too. I never see them until it's too late.
No, it's
oh,
not
shit.
over. It's awful. It's literally horrible. Like, they've ruined the game. The game was actually good until like 2 chapters ago. And then what they've decided to do is just make it endless. Endless garbage.
That's really all I have to say about this part. It's terrible garbage. It's like liquid diarrhea. Liquid gaming diarrhea.
Oh, I've not. I've been streaming so much that see pop up soon. I'm streaming myself.
Wait a minute. I spawned with the enemy hitting me. I literally spawned with the imp smacking me. I mean, it's terrible. This is not fun. This is crap. It's garbage. Yeah, there's no sword, Battle Duck. I figured that one out. It's a game called The Dark Ages where you're supposed to be in pre-story, prequel medieval times, and there's no sword.
It's Doom. What are you talking about?
You didn't think, oh, maybe people will want a sword if you have a shield.
Oh, fuck. The thing.
Really, that didn't
Wait, how do you do?
occur
Oh,
in
the
software.
time ran out.
No sword, but a crossbow, right? Stupid. I'm telling you, the game has fallen apart at the end. It really has. My opinion is...
Okay, I gotta. No, we gotta go play. We gotta go play Doom now. Oh my god, that was so fucking embarrassing to watch. God damn. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna die a lot too, but that was just. Oof. Bad. Oh, Boots, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Okay. Oh. I was like, damn, this load is taking forever, right? I had to press a button. I just want to check something. I knew he was playing on the pussy. I knew he was playing on the pussy level, dude. He's complaining on ultra violence? Fuck off. Look, Phil. Okay, which one? Look, oh my god. You can throw your shield. Did you know that? It's fantastic. It works. You should try it out sometimes. You can also jump on people. It's fantastic. You should try it out sometimes. It really helps. Oh, I just killed myself. No, okay. No, I didn't. Just make sure we ain't forgetting. Secret is a gun? What? That I'm led to? That's weird. I was late. Oh, that hit me, shit. swear, dude, this shield is fantastic. Simply.
Daig Lorig's work was focused on the preservation of ancient Sentinel lore and artifacts, a passion that set him apart from his peers who grew more aligned to the Maker doctrines. Though devoted to his sacred duty, Daig Lorig found solace and meaning in a quiet, sacred marriage to a commoner. This union, while forbidden by the strict conditions of the priesthood, was a private refuge for a man otherwise consumed by the weight of preserving a fading past.
Oh. Nobles. That's new. I still have to find like a hidden landing spot. Found one. I need another one. And 2 more, what was it? 2 more cult circles. Maybe it's not weird at all. Oh, was this a thing where we chased the thing down? Yeah, I think this is like the route we chased the pirate ship. It's not a pirate ship, but it gives me gold, so it's a pirate ship to me. We still have like one of those Titan guys left. I swear I have no idea where this second landing site would be. Which is actually very bad because that means, you know what? I think I'm going down there. I still need to blow that up for the mission, right? Yeah, destroy the Hellcarrier. So why was that? Now I don't know. I can't remember how to get there. But there was something flashing there that was like, oh, you can go in here. And I thought that was cool. Hello. Actually, this might be. I hadn't seen that one. Ah, this is it. One more of those to go. Where am I going now? Shit. This is where I came out. Over here. Do I have breath? Seem like fully sealed environment. Oh, but I don't have a. Oh, okay. Thanks, bud. But I had to turn the water back on. Missing 2. Collectible. Something else. That's the weapon skin. Now, how do I get back to where I was? Damn, dude, I should have immediately gone to it when I saw it. But I thought maybe that wasn't connected. It might be where the third hell circle is. I can't remember how to get there. So lost. Oh! No, see, because this is where no. What? Just landed here. Like, I actually don't remember where it was. thought it was more on that side. And when I go down, it just stops at a certain location. It's like, nope, it wasn't here. Hmm. Fuck it. Pirate ship. Like, I need to find those gates again. But I have no fucking idea where they are. I have no idea. I think we're just gonna let it be for now. Continue on. I was about to say, oh hey, there it is, but that's the middle.
Mark the engines on the hell ship. Down here, no.
I could see how those guys could get annoying.
Ah, behold PJ in his natural habitat, masochism incarnate, nightmare difficulty, of course, chasing secrets while dodging fireballs naturally. And there, staring back from the HUD, the original Doom guy's twitching, bloodied face, a mirror of PJ's soul. Why play for fun when you can suffer gloriously for the entertainment of others? Truly, this is peak PJ doom, dread, and delightful agony.
You're welcome. Yes, sir. You are welcome. We were watching DSP play this game on a difficulty lower than I'm playing on, and he was fucking crying and moaning about it, dude. Never saw this guy jump once, never saw him use the fucking... The shield is like the most powerful thing in the game. You didn't press that button once, for crying out loud. Oh, so many people in this room. Bro, throw one shield and the entire room's cleared out. What the fuck are you talking about? So I figured, let's show him how it's done. And I'm playing on a harder difficulty, I might add. Just calling it boring. Yes, he was. Yes. I'm dying too much. This game's boring. It's becoming too long. Everyone can tell that I don't know what I'm doing. This game's boring. I absolutely love DSP, dude. It's like... God. He lives in his own world. And it's fantastic. Give like 2 minutes, I'm rolling a cigarette. Then we'll jump back into the slaughter. Rip and tear until it is done. Like, watching him struggle so much on Ultra Violence is actually making me wanna, like, I'm gonna play through Nightmare and then we're gonna go to the hardest difficulty setting and then see how far we can get. My guess is not that far. But, you know. Sometimes I gotta prove it to myself that I'm still better than DSP. That's a... That's a joke. That is like somebody to watch when you think like, oh my god, my life is shit. And then you watch some other dude and you're like, maybe I'm doing alright. Could be worse. Yeah. Like, oh, this is too long. I'm not doing anything. There's no story or anything. Bro, it's Doom. You're supposed to blow shit up. In extreme fashion, right? Of course, there's not gonna be a game in the middle of it. It's Doom. Two weapons in very short order. Okay, he definitely wants us to use this to shoot the shotgun or button. I can see why they wanted me to use it. Oh, now you do it? Come on, fuck it. I was trying to be swag and everything.
You need to evacuate.
You're welcome. Actually, before we do any of these, let's grab that bullet. Around here. Okay, no, let's do this part first, because that's the end, right? Ah, excellent. I needed you guys.
Our souls will live eternal.
I doubt that very much. Here we go. I was like very suspicious of this area. Like, oh, why didn't it? It's because it didn't land on. You've got to be shitting me. I was right to be suspicious. I went in there with more than I came out of.
The holy city of Aratum floats in ethereal splendor above Argent to the Lure. A sprawling sanctuary of gilded spires and luminous halls, this sacred epicenter of Sentinel technology houses relics and picks from the age of the Ancestrals, preserved despite the outlawing of Wraith worship in favor of devotion to the Makers. Priceless artifacts line its opulent chambers, studied in reverence but guarded only by tradition. Untouched by war, the city's sanctity is upheld by an unspoken law. The Spillblood there are of shit. To spill blood here is to invite the wrath of the gods themselves.
Shit. Did I want to do? Interesting. Mind if I do? It's not gonna be heavy enough, is it? Am I even gonna get it up the stairs? Oh yeah, no. Wow, I even got it to stand upright. So, no. Doesn't count. Oh. It took me way too long to look up. I was like looking for a block to push onto it or something. I should have just looked up immediately. Yeah. I'm a dummy. pretty sure. Let's see. Here. I don't know why I pressed R. I wanted to reload. Where's the habit? See, the ones that are ours, he plays with. And then if it's just a monster, he just looks at it like, oh, whatever. Like, I love that. Way too much time on that guy. Wait, who's the... Why are they both blue? They're both empowered. They were just empowered, I guess. Oh no, that's why. Wait. Are there guys coming back then? Sneaky. Could have just killed that guy first. That was, well done. Well played, developers. Well played. Oh, what the fuck was that? I blew myself up. That's it. There's probably one of those right there. So when the shield came back, it murked me. No boss again. I'm surprised with that. So we are done. 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 9 all collectibles. Done.
Move into position.
Lame. Nothing to see. Finally. Max shield. When did he tell me about runes, bro? Like I maxed the shield out already. What the fuck? And the melee. Should probably punch stuff more. I don't punch enough. Only the big ones, really. I like the super shotgun. That one. That's literally my first acquire your first weapon upgrades. Oh, I'm broke. Still home super shot. Whoa. That's new. Oh, it's one of those hit them from the back things. It's not new, we've seen that before. It's that. Come on, give me the orbs, you fuck. That was really dumb of me. Oh! Getting stuck in the corner was even dumber. I deserve that one. Oh, it didn't work. Hello? No. Oh, that's them. Run, you fool. Not exactly the guy I was aiming for, but it worked. It's fine. I'm so fucked. Yep, saw that coming. It's hard to get behind him. That's where I need to be to damage him. No. I'm not dying. Or not. Got him. Yeah, the super shotgun, pretty good. Pretty good.
Designate the charges.
Rigged. I'm actually loving this game though. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
The ships are refueling, sire. We should be ready to leave as soon as the cruisers are done loading.
Very good. Get to your ship. I thought you left for the command station. Everyone is evacuating.
So you are holding on to it?
Until we get to the location. A new vault is being built.
Then let the Slayer guard it.
If what they say is true, then this is a part of our heritage, not the Makers. Valen, are you seeing anything?
No sign of activity, sir. Maybe he didn't survive.
Demonic threat level increasing.
Should we launch the Slayer now? The Sentinels will be overrun.
Then what about us?
No more control.
Before he kills us all!
appear that the Slayer no longer wishes to be detained here.
Shield power down to 35%.
Should we terminate his life functions?
And destroy the Khanmaker's prized possession.
34.
So long as he has that tether on him.
33.
We can still have a hand in his fate.
32.
Sound the alarm. Prepare for battle.
King Novik, there is an urgent call from the Creedmaker.
Lord Novik, a large horde is heading toward your position. We are launching the Slayer now. Please send forces immediately to ensure our safety.
Thank you, Bishop Creed.
Who would have thought Doom would be a better Star Wars than Star Wars?
By the gods.
Engaging reflector shield.
Lord Novik, it's a massive
force. 3 legions worth.
The hangar is blockaded, sire. No one can get in or out.
That was lucky.
All Atlas to defensive positions.
Marking the Hellgates now.
Bro, they should make a Warhammer 40k game like this. Like, I feel like I'm a Space Marine. Like, I literally do in this game. It's fantastic. It's a game called The Dark Ages, snort.
The Creed ship hasn't moved outside the combat zone. Energy production is down because of the war. This is his district. Khan would have him executed if he left.
The dog. Oh, there's another one. Guy likes his dogs. With a cybernetic eye. It's a game called The Dark Ages, guys.
What a joke.
Weaponry deployed.
Is that like a new E? Yes. Oh, if I had known that. Well, guess we ain't using the flail. That was dumb. the moment I got up there, I realized this is probably not gonna work.
Defensive turrets took some damage. Blair, we need time to repair them before we can clear a path for the lifeboat.
There are 4 more Hellgates.
I mean, they're kind of nice. Kind of sucks that I didn't know about that. Fuck is that? Late again? I want to see what that does, right? Let's see what it does. I must know. False Syads! Really? No way! I'm not even sure if it's worth killing. It is definitely not worth killing. Gotcha. Like, had to try. I do have troubles with those guys. Okay. What did I just do? Yeah, gotta find one more of those, I guess. Two more. Hmm. Two of them were like really close, so the third one can't be that far away. So if I got one from there, which was that one, got one from here, which is that one. Let's see. Why was there a blue shield here? For what? Oh. Yeah. No idea. Hmm. We'll do that one first. Wait, how's he still shooting? I ripped that arm off. It's 'cause I was standing on the front. Yeah, I was very confused. Yikes.
inside.
Bro, you missed some dude raging the fuck out over random battles earlier. I trolled the fuck out of him.
It's pretty funny.
Allez! Second jumping. God damn it. It looks like that would hurt. Whatever.
Cache located. Seek out additional stockpiles.
artillery cannons remaining.
Oh. Oh no. Fuck. Scheiße. Motherfucker. Ah, god damn it. This one's annoying. Even though it's technically easy, you just gotta parry, but... Clearly we were fucking that up. I thought I was gonna be sneaky. It's not. That was way late, wow. stuck. Ah! Damn it. Beste Timothy het. Worst attempt yet. Congrats. I should play some ranked at some point, but I wouldn't know. I don't know. Damn it. took me long enough. Ooh.
Creed Maker, a newly appointed bishop of the ministry, holds the critical responsibility of overseeing the steady flow of Sentinel energy to the Maker own world. Even as the specter of war looms ever larger, he has been commanded to remain steadfast at his post, ensuring that the transmission of this life-giving energy remains uninterrupted. By decree of the Maker Council, the Slayer has been placed under the temporary charge of the Creed, a blade to be wielded in the war against Hell and a shield to safeguard their dominion in the district.
Let's see if we can get that collectible. Actually, what the fuck was that? It was a tiny one. I don't use those, so they're not exactly useful for me. No usage of the come back alive cheat in this house. Fucked up. Ooh. Christ. Ow. I think I got him. Not gonna use these guys. See, every time it's one of the good guys, quote unquote, like the good toys, he plays with it. Like he got the little flying dragon and it was like, you notice the sword, the shield just spins and plays with it. And then every time it's a demon, it's like, whatever. Like, I think that's such a funny aspect to it. Like, it's really well done. I'm gonna die. Yep. Sneaky.
Beyond the fortress walls of Tirith lies a desolate landscape, sacred ground where the legacies of old wars are scarred into the battlements and burned into the earth itself. In the lower levels of the city lie the merchant and industrial districts, now exposed and vulnerable to the rampaging hordes of demons led by Prince Azrak. This battlefield, soaked with the blood of heroes and friends alike, continues to inspire grim determination in those who stand against the ever-looming corruption of hell.
Just making sure alles is in order. Ow. Bro, I keep walking right past those. They're kind of obvious. Hard to miss, and yet I missed them. I need one more of those. We'll leave this one last, and then we'll do this one first, and then check out this. Ruin my armor. That's a lot of. Ah, crap. Oh, I fucked up. Did I just lock the game? How do I get back there? The door closed behind me. I wasn't sure what the red thing was, so I didn't step on it. Now I know, but now I can't step on it. Because the door locked. Oh, wait. Arrow. Okay. We got everything, right? I'm still missing one collectible somewhere. 3 secret. What is this? I don't think I can get to. I mean, it has to be over here somewhere, right? Oh, there's still a lot I haven't seen yet. There it is. What the hell? I got both of them. That's kind of nice. I need one more. I'm missing a ruby. Oh. It is the next one. I just noticed the. Now we have everything. Minus that last monster, but I'm guessing that's at the last boss. That wasn't smart. What? I might know these streamer modes. What the hell? I didn't even realize I had that out. So did. Dude. Dude. No, I saw it too late. I gotta go to the bathroom. Actually, we're just gonna get this level done, dude, so I can go eat. So. Why are you spotting me all the way over here? no, no, no. You ain't gonna get me right there. Fuck that. Hell no.
Gates eliminated.
The turrets are back online. And the transport's ready to launch.
We're beginning to evacuate civilians now. Thank you, Slayer.
You're welcome. Just doing my duty of terminating every demon. Fine. Hey. It's like, okay, now you get to run all the way back to the beginning, bitch. Thanks, Phil. We don't really use this all that often. These two I use a lot. I should upgrade this one.
Seismic activity detected near the wall. Front row. Chapter complete. That means I can now go to the bathroom and get some food. So it'll be like an hour, maybe two.
I got everything. Literally everything. That is how we roll. Alright, thank you all so much for hanging out so far. I will be back, like I said, in an hour or two. Then we'll play probably a little bit more World of Warships. I need to do some grinding. Because I need to show DSP how it's done. Peace the fuck out. See you guys.